It's all part of the test batch.
Yeah. We can always blame it on technology.
Nice.
Yeah, we should just- That was a good read.
Slideshow over.
It's what every teacher should have. Somebody to help them with technology all day long while they're trying to teach.
That would be so nice.
Needed.
Tech person.
Oh, if I want that.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's very exciting that you're eating, so my presentation doesn't make you hungry at this time of day. Very pictures of school meals, so I'm glad that you're getting some. But thank you for the opportunity that you give me to present this report on our department and the great things that are happening in our world. I'd like to start with showing you the organizational chart of our department, which looks much better than in previous years where we had a huge lack of labor. We're getting better. So we have, of course, I'm the director and I have 3 coordinators who oversee different schools, each one of them, they have a school, with different, if they may have some more elementaries or secondary schools, and then they oversee the about 300 employees that we have in our department, or that we should ideally have. Right now we have about 260, which is much, much better than last year again, because we were missing about 85 employees last year. That's we also this year, since we don't have the waivers from USDA for the free meals, we have a part-time free and reduced specialist who was our full-time before Denise Cressman. We were currently splitting her between IT and nutrition services. So she's helping with the help desk and also with free and reduced applications. We have a registered dietitian who plans our menus and takes care of all of the special dietary needs of the students in the district. We have, of course, our administrative assistant. And in addition, we also have the cafe here in the building, which we should have a manager and 2 workers. Right now, we have no workers. Those positions are posted as we speak, but we'll see in a week or so how many applicants we get for those jobs. So this is our current positions as of the 1st of September. So we have all of our managers being hired. We are meeting 18 kitchen workers, 15 cashiers, 4 rovers, and then of course the cafe manager and the cafe workers here in this building for a total positions of 40, which is about over half of what we were missing last year. Like I said, we 85 was the average that we missed every day. So we want to thank you because we think the pay increase that you approved has really made a difference, and we're seeing more people apply for the jobs, and we're continuing to see applications coming in. So it's making a huge difference for our department. And even though it's not optimal yet, our workers can see the difference, and they're very grateful that they're getting more labor coming into this. The biggest program that we manage in our department is the National School Lunch Program, and as you probably know, this is a USDA program that is under the regulations, federal regulations that tell us what we need to be serving as far as component goes and what nutrition goes into every menu that we plan. And they have different meal patterns depending on the grades that we serve. It goes from K through 5th, 6 through 8, and 9 to 12. Which for our district makes it really easy since we made that transition years ago. We have to follow that. All the other school districts that don't follow that pattern, they have some overlap there that they have to be doing some extra planning. But this is very nice that we align right on with Canyon School District configuration of elementary, middle school, and high schools. This program is in constant change, trying to improve the nutrition of content of our meals. And the latest guidance is that they just upped the whole grain requirements for school meals from 50% overall whole grain to 80%. And they're reducing more sodium content of the meals. They're gearing to target 2, which many school districts had a problem with, but we've been meeting target 2 for now 3 years. We've been able to balance that using more fresh ingredients and of course more scratch cooking, which controls the sodium that we can put in the meals, and still have flavor and of course meet the demand of our students. Some of the more popular items are orange chicken, the homemade mac and cheese, and pizza, of course, which is all in the hit. But here are some pictures of some other choices that we do. Our pet salad, we try to do, of course, different textures, variety, color, so it looks appealing and attractive to the students. This is our taco salad. We serve that time with fresh pineapple and pizza pieces. We can approach local produce we do to support the farmers and local economy. This is our fish and chips, which is a great fillet of Alaskan pork that we're able to get. We have some bento box options for kind of like a grab and go. We started this right before the pandemic, not knowing what was coming, and it's became actually a very popular choice because it's very easy to grab and go with that one. Beef and broccoli, like mimicking some of the Asian that you can see in popular fast foods chains. Our homemade chili and cornbread, very popular, and not to brag about it, but I am going to brag about it actually. If you have ever the chance to go to a school where we have the homemade chili, we've had parents call us to get the recipe because they say that the kids like it so much better than they want at home. So it's a really good recipe to get that chili and the cornbread.
You have it with you?
The recipe, I can pull it up online. Yeah.
The next slide.
Yeah, we have ravioli, and yeah, those are some examples. Then, of course, our second biggest program is the National School Breakfast Program, very similar to our school national lunch program. We also have dietary guidelines that we have to follow. They're all based on scientific research from the Dietary Guidelines of Americans, which are revised every 5 years. So that's the reason why our guidelines are constantly changing. As they revise those guidelines, we get upgrades on what we need to be doing. And one of the biggest thing is for breakfast changes that are happening is we have to have more fruits available to students and more fresh products, and of course the whole grain, which impacts breakfast as well. Students really like the fresh cinnamon rolls, which are whole grain, of course, pancakes and breakfast pizza. It's a big one for our district. We have some schools that offer breakfast in the classroom, and I want to give a little background of why they're doing this. About 4 years ago, the state legislation passed HB 222, which mandates breakfast alternate models for all the schools that are over 50% free and reduced eligibility. They actually go in different tiers. So the first year was over 70%, this year is over 50%, and in the following year is over 30% that they're going to mandate this. As director, I am a little worried about the 30%. I think it's too low of a percentage to sustain this type of a program, but I'm working on for years now, giving this feedback to the state and the legislature to see if we can do something to change that. But as of now, that's the rule. So we're now on 50%, which means that the following schools have to have a breakfast in the classroom program or an alternate breakfast program. East Meadville, Mid Valley, Copperview, and Sandy. Go ahead.
2 questions. Midvale is not on that list. Midvale Elementary.
Meadville is on the list, and actually, I'm headed there. Is that your question, or?
Yeah, and that was one of them. And so they are mandated by state that they have to serve breakfast in the classroom.
So the rule says that they have to serve an alternate breakfast program. So with that, breakfast in the classroom is the easiest option that we have to make sure that we comply with this rule for the following reasons. Meadville right now, and I'm going to use Meadville as an example. A number of years ago, they decided to depart from breakfast in the classroom. They were doing it and they thought it was taking too much instructional time. So they decided we don't want to do that. And then the pandemic hit, and then we were under all of these waivers that we didn't have to do any of this. Now that we're back, they did not want to go back to breakfast in the classroom, and they decided to offer a second chance breakfast. What is that? Is we offer the breakfast in the cafeteria as we normally do, and then the teachers go into the classroom and tell the student who hasn't had breakfast. And if they haven't, they go back to the cafeteria and they get a second breakfast. Now, I'm not a big fan of that because we are finding that we're not in compliance with the rules by doing that. And here's why. Number one is the rule says that the second chance breakfast is only offered for those students who didn't get the chance to get the first breakfast. We are seeing over and over at Midvale Elementary that students who had the first breakfast are the same ones that are coming for second breakfast. And we tell them, how come? They say, I just wanted to get out of class. And they've been very honest with us. They're saying, yeah, we just want to get out of class. So we're still seeing that there is that disruption of class instructional time when it could have been just invest that time in the first 10 or 12 minutes of the day and start with breakfast in the classroom, and we don't have to deal with that. The second thing is we've been having a challenge with a new point of sale system, which we'll talk about it, but we have a new point of sale system, which is scans cards or brings up students by class, and then they tell us their name and we can ring them on the point of sale. The problem with Midvale Elementary and also some of the other Title I schools is that some of the students literally don't know their own names. Sometimes we ask them, what's your name? And they say, well, my mom calls me this, and we cannot find them. Or they have multiple last names and they only know one of them. So it's a little bit of a difficult situation for some of the students to ring them up. So while they are not doing the breakfast in the classroom and they're offering the second chance breakfast, there are many bugs that we need to work out to make this work. That's why we're more, as a department, we lean more towards it'd be so much easier just to have breakfast in the classroom, offer it to all of them, and then we enter the names at the end of the day, and we don't have to be dealing with the possibility of someone having a second breakfast, which makes it more enjoyable, and we could be fine for that.
So, whether kids are eligible or not, the whole class gets breakfast?
The whole class is offered a breakfast. They don't have to take it, but we offer it to everybody in the school. And these schools, except for Sandy Elementary, they all qualify also for the community eligibility provision program, which means that they get free meals no matter what. At East Midvale, Mid-Valley, Copperview, and Midvale. So they don't have to do an application or anything, but with that, we offer it to everybody. They don't have to take it though.
I understand that the people in the state legislature are far smarter than the rest of us combined. That they know what is best. But it just seems to me that these are our Title I schools. And we have a education deficit in most cases. And so we're going to consume instructional time to make sure the kids that can't get up in time to eat breakfast in the cafeteria still get breakfast. And it just seems to me that I don't understand the logic behind that. And it's not your fault. I know, Sebastian, it's not you.
I get it. I just want to maybe give you a little bit of, I happened to be, they invited me to be on the task force when they started with this law. That's why I'm so disappointed that they put the 30% and everything. But I can tell you a little bit of the background of why, what was the reason thinking for breakfast in the classroom. Utah has ranked last in the nation or second to last in the nation for over 10 years in breakfast participation, especially for Title I schools. And there is no data that supports that these students are getting breakfast or the nutrition needed to start the school day at home. All the data they go by is that the participation at school is much, much lower when you compare it to lunch. So in an effort to help students be successful, because there is a strong correlation between good nutrition and, of course, academic success, they created this law to assure that at least they have the option to have breakfast in the school or a second chance for breakfast or expenditure for breakfast programs in Title I schools. That's the logic behind it. Yes, there are some things that we need to figure, like instructional time. The way we do it in the other schools though is Meadville, Mid Valley, Copperview, and Sandy even. It's taking about 10 to 12 minutes at the beginning of the day, which some of these classrooms, that's the time when they do announcements or they start to getting ready. And we've had some very positive feedback from some of the teachers even. I think our district was actually featured in the Dairy Council website last year because of the great experience that some of the teachers said that they saw in their classrooms when the students had a time to settle down, to eat something, and then get ready to start the day. So there are pros and cons. Right now is the legislation, so we have to kind of make it work somehow. And the challenges we're seeing at Meadville are the ones that I just explained to you, which does not make us in compliance fully with the regulations. But we'll continue to work on it, and I continue to give feedback to the legislatures because, yeah, not all of it makes sense. Like I was telling you, even the 30% of, because that means that some schools that are borderline 28 to 32%, some years we'll have to do this, other years we won't have to. I think it's just too low a percentage to do that. Any other questions before we jump into seeing the summer program?
What do they do at other schools that are not Title I, but the kids do not have sufficient funds to eat
So they
breakfast?
have to offer, they can still offer breakfast in the classroom. It's just that if the student offers it, they probably have a charging policy like we do, allowing them to eat, because after the incident that happened in Salt Lake City a few years ago, a lot of the school districts adopted a policy to let them charge. But then you deal with exactly with parents saying, hey, I fed my kid breakfast, now they're eating a second breakfast, and why am I paying for that? So those are the things that legislature didn't really address or see, and that's why I think the percentages are key to make this work, so we can offer it free for everybody. 50% and above is, to me, the break-even point where we can afford to offer it free for everyone and not get, if the kid wants to have a second breakfast, that's fine, but the parent won't see the cost of that. But that's what,
Title I schools, right? They're not the regular schools. So what happens when kids don't get breakfast at their regular schools?
so the part of this legislation too is that every school that participates in the National School Lunch Program has to have a breakfast program at school as well. So currently, all of our schools have a breakfast program except for Jordan Valley. In Jordan Valley, in speaking with the principal, and because of the nature of the school, they would think it's more of a hardship for the school to provide breakfast than not, because we have to puree meals and we have to do all these modifications to the food so it's safe for the students to eat. So, but still, I have to now get a waiver from the state so they can be exempt from doing a breakfast program. But the way that this legislation solve that problem is mandating that every school that participates in the school lunch also has to participate in the school breakfast, so they have access to it. I know it's a little more complicated than just serving food. I wish it would be easier just to serve food. There's questions though. Okay, then another program we do is the summer program, and of course this program is designed to function during the summer while students are not in session, so we can still provide nutritious meals, especially for those students who may not have food security at home. So the way it has worked in the past, and when I say in the past is I mean pre-pandemic, is you had to qualify based on your free reading percentage, usually over 50% and above, to be a site. Since the pandemic broke, we operated under this program, and they expanded the eligibility for every area to offer this, and that's how we were able to offer free meals to everyone in the district. Last year, we served 2.9 million lunches, more so, free of charge to all of our students, and about 780,000 breakfast, free of charge. This stopped when we ended the school year on May 26. We continue to have some summer programs during this summer, but we went from having 15 sites open to only 4. And our participation, of course, dropped down too, because parents were no longer able to pick the food and take it home. The students have to be present in the cafeteria to eat it. And so we saw a huge decrease in participation for our programs. Now, the feedback we've gotten from our community, and of course, it depends on how vocal parents are, but many of them were very sad that this ended, because they were very grateful to get the universal free meals. And I still get that parents are still very upset, because it was nice just to have it as a part of the day and not to worry about school meal payments or anything like that. But we're currently working under regular, normal paid lunch. We also have another program, which is the Fresh Fruits and Vegetable Program, and this is also geared towards schools that are 50% free and reduced. And what it is twice a week we are able to offer them a snack in the form of fresh produce. And the key is it has to be fresh, not be processed or anything. And we receive this grant and we have money and hopefully get things that the students won't see in the school meals or even at home. They can see some exotic fruits like dragon fruit or rambutans served as a snack. And it's a way to also educate them to see that and encouraging them to try more fruits and vegetables. The schools that currently qualify for that are Glacier Hills. And the only reason Glacier Hills qualifies is because Bellevue qualified. So they were able to roll over Glacier Hills at least for this year. We don't know if next year they will qualify because combining it with Edgemont, the data for free and reduced may change. But we were able to get them on board this year. Sandy, Copperview, Mid-Valley, Meadville, and East Meadville also participate in this program. And we received $220,000 this year to provide fresh fruits and vegetables for those students. Here's some examples of the fresh produce that they get offered with the meals in general, not just with the fresh fruits and vegetable program. These are positive messages on bananas and trying to encourage students.
That must have taken some time.
Yes. We of course try to have fun with color again and texture, so it looks appealing. I can tell, but I think that's a crocodile. The pineapple skin and strawberries, of course. All right, we also have snack programs that are free of charge for all of the schools that are 50% free and reduced. And we coordinate with Amber Rock from the district and we are able to provide the snack program for all of those students who stay at school, having additional programs after school ends. And
You need all these programs for teachers. I can do a snack program after school.
yeah, all of the snacks, of course, they have to follow requirements too from USDA, so it has to be a balanced snack that we offer, and they're free of charge for all those students participating in after-school programs. One day, hopefully, we'll have the cafe back. I know that people in this building miss it. I hear it every day that we're opening again. But through the cafe, we did a catering program, the Canes Cafe. Currently, they're not functioning because we have no labor. Our manager retired. One of our workers to the facilities, which is great because she was a great worker, so we didn't lose her. And we lost another worker, one of our kitchens in our schools, because she didn't have transportation, so she went to a school that was close to her house. So, but like I said, the positions are all open right now, so hopefully we'll have candidates in the next few weeks. Another effort that we always attempt to make is to do the connection between nutrition education and the cafeteria. We don't want to just be a place where we just serve food. We want to make sure that our students understand why it's good to be healthy and they understand the reasoning behind it. So we make sure that we do accomplish this through several venues. One is a registered dietitian, and we take interns throughout the year from different universities who are going to be registered dietitians. And we offer about 80 hours of education in the classrooms, which we open up for teachers, especially health teachers. If they want us to come and teach about nutrition in one of the lessons, we do that. So we've been able to go to some of the classrooms and teach a lesson as a guest speaker. And we also do promotion every year, which changes, and the promotion is tied to some nutrition principle. And we plan a menu based on that promotion, and also games and all activities for the students, depending on the level that they can learn. The theme this year is build a healthy body with a school meal, following the Lego theme, which seems popular. And we've already started scheduling some of the visits in our schools so we can go and do the promotion. Free and reduced percentage is huge. This is what drives, of course, our revenue in the district, because every meal that we offer is federally funded by the government. And even if you qualify for pay, we get some reimbursement for those meals as well. But the biggest reimbursement we get, of course, from free and reduced. We can see here on the data that for the past year, since everybody was on free, we saw a reduction in free and reduced applications. And this year is already up, since we're going back to paying for meals. So you can see the comparison, but we went from 19% to 23% on free and from 5% to 5.5%. Yes.
So I'm just wondering, did we send out emails to parents to like remind them to fill out the forms if they needed them?
Yes, our communication department has been great, and they've been working closely with us for months now to send communication to parents through different, they send us Skylarks, they put it on their website. Registration, yeah, so all parents, we wanted to make sure that everybody in the community was aware that the free meals were stopping, and that if they needed to continue with the benefit, they had to apply and qualify for it. So they did receive, I would say, at least 3 or 4 reminders, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
I probably saw them, but just didn't.
Yes, and of course, there's still people who miss them, because they can send the reminders, but we cannot make them read it or listen to the phone call. But we have a few parents that say, I thought I wasn't free, and we have to tell them you have to apply now. But we've been directed them where to go to apply, or even had them come to our office and do it on paper, so we make sure that we receive the application.
I just know in the past, I think the numbers were higher than that. So I mean, I think we're still probably missing some. Or were they not?
Actually, this year we're higher than in the past. Our district overall average, maybe since we started in 2009 until probably 2017, we were about 24% free and reduced combined. So now we're seeing that we are about 28%, so 28%. So it's going up a little bit, which also, I mean, is the perfect storm, right? We just got out of the pandemic, inflation is high. I don't know I mean, you see jobs posted everywhere, but I think every family has been affected. The house market is through the roof. So I think maybe more people now are qualifying, because the federal government also changes the guidelines on how to qualify yearly. So maybe that's the reason why. But it's a good thing for us to have more free and reduced. Of course, we want everyone in the economy to be healthy, but that's the main source of our revenue, is through free and reduced applications. Like I mentioned briefly, we have the community eligibility provision, which provides free meals and free breakfast, lunch to all of the students at the following schools that qualify: Purdue, Mid-Valley, East Mid-Valley, Mid-Valley, and Mid-Valley Middle. So all of those schools, the students that go there, they don't have to fill out a free and reduced application. Instead, what the state does is they match, if they're receiving already a benefit from, whether it's like SNAP program or TANF, they match them with their district, and the students already qualify. They give us a formula, and then we meet the minimum threshold so they can even be filling free meals for 4 years. So this is year 3 for all of the schools. We can always recertify them and analyze the data. Since we were in the pandemic, and getting free meals, a lot of the people, the data was not higher, so we haven't been able to recertify. So I'm hoping that this year, since we're back to normal, and if people are needing of the benefit, we can see that going up and recertify those schools. My goal, hopefully, is that ones that are on that program of free meals, that we don't take them off, that we can continue as long as possible. I already mentioned this, but the waivers are over. So now we're operating under regular rules for National School Lunch and National School Breakfast program. Because of this, we had to, now we were forced to start using our point of sales. During the pandemic, we were able to tally, which made it really easy because we had no labor. So we were just counting each meal, and that's how we got reimbursement. Since we're back to the regular rules, we have to use a point of sale system. And before the pandemic, we had talked about transitioning to Skyward. It just never got implemented because of COVID. But now we are transitioning to Skyward. We went to online payments, trying to encourage parents to make it easier for them and for us because of the labor situation to pay online, which so far it's working. During the first week of school, I know we were worried about those families who were not able to pay online. We saw 19 payments during the first week of school. So that's really good. Yet we have accounting has trained all of the front offices on how to take payments if needed. So that option is still available. But I think most parents are getting more comfortable with adding money online using their Skyward account. And it's also nice that they can see everything in one place, the student account and their food service account. Most schools are using the scanning cards, especially secondary schools. Elementary schools can use the scanning cards or bring the class up by name. We're still resolving some issues, of course, with our normal implementation of a new system. People are still learning the system and getting trained, but it's getting better every week. Our adult meals, this is a question that I've been getting is, because our adult meal prices went from $3.75 for lunch to $5. And I had some calls from teachers saying, how can this happen? And this is just background in case you get the question so you know why that happened. So of course there is a rule regulation for everything, and adult meals is no exception. Our programs are designed to subsidize student meals, not adult meals. So the only way that they tell us that we can subsidize these meals is if we offer a la carte items that are not part of the reimbursable meal for lunch or for breakfast. Since COVID, we have stopped doing a la carte because we don't have the labor to do so. We are giving priority to student meals and to the reimbursable meals because that's what drives all of our revenue. So if we don't have that extra funding, which doesn't come from federal money to subsidize the adult meals, the rule is that we have to charge at least the reimbursement that we get from a free meal plus the value of the USDA foods donated to our programs. So here you can see on the slide that that amount is $4.86 for lunch and $3.10 for breakfast. We kind of average them out and charge $5 for lunch and $3 for breakfast because at the time when we started with a new point of sale, they were going to take some money on the line, and we thought it would be easier for adults to have a $5 bill or $3 instead of $3.10 or $4.86. And also that gives us a little cushion so we don't have to, for the following years, hopefully, because it goes up a few cents every year, so we don't have to next year, hopefully, raise them again. But that's the reason why the adult prices went up. With the adult meal, of course, they still get all 5 components if they want to. So they will get a fruit, a vegetable, a grain, a protein, and a milk for lunch for $5. And for breakfast, the minimum they can get is 3 items, which is a fruit and 2 additional items. If they want to take the 4th item, they're welcome to do so too for the $3. This is just shows a comparison on where we stand compared to other places where you can get meals. And here on this, the prices for all the fast food restaurants, they will reflect the cheapest price for a combo meal, which would be comparable to what we offer. So you can see that for breakfast, we offer it at $3. For secondary schools is $1.25, and at Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, and Subway, I mean, the cheapest one is Subway for $4.79. Everywhere else is over $6 for a breakfast. And lunch is $5 for an adult, $2.25 for a secondary student. And again, you can see that the prices for those places for a comparable lunch is much, much higher. So I think we're still in a very good place as far as price goes. You can still get a good deal. With that, I totally understand where they're coming from. Adults that used to pay $3.75 because it went up. So that's still a good deal. And for elementary students, meal price comparison, they only $1 for breakfast. Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, or Subway do not offer a breakfast comparable to us. And Lunch is $2, and again, you can see that it's $5.39 or $4.29 for our kids' meal. So we couldn't compare. Now, what are our current challenges? Of course, we still have a labor shortage. We're missing about 40 employees, that you could see, but we are way more functional than last year. We're still working at schools probably every day, but it's way more manageable. And we have to learn the new system for the point of sales, but with time, we are confident that our people will learn it and then will become faster. There is still a lot of supply chain issues that are going on. Food, paper, cleaning, supply shortages. One thing that we did as a department, knowing that this was coming, and because we have a warehouse, we prepare for it. So our warehouse is actually very well stocked right now. And the main reason is I do not want to, if we get shorted at the last minute of a product, we can always default to the warehouse and say, okay, we'll replace it with this, and our students won't see the difference. We don't want to miss any components. Last year, the only component that they missed occasionally was milk, because the milk company did not have drivers to deliver milk to schools. But that only happened maybe 5 or 6 times during the year. We're trying to avoid all that. So if you see a lot of food in the warehouse, that's why. Yeah. Steve.
That's really great. Yeah, there's, I think, comments. Thank you.
So first off, are your pictures photoshopped like most of the restaurants?
No.
Okay. No, okay.
But we did learn techniques on how to take a good picture. That makes a difference. Using a solid tray from the top, but no, they're not Photoshopped.
Okay, so if I go into a school, I'll see that on my tray.
Yes, and here's the thing, parents, we get that question all the time. And on our app, you can see some pictures too. Because kids nowadays can take a picture and say, this is what I got for meals. And what we tell parents is, yes, this is what they got, because they can choose the minimum they can get. This is what they could have gotten if they chose the full meal. So I think that's the reason why, and on the pictures, we show you everything you could get on the meal.
So the other 2 questions I have is this is federal involvement in the school districts is heavy because of school meals and special education. I understand we're subsidized. How much do we get from the federal government to subsidize and pay for this program?
For the meals, the majority of our funding comes from the federal government.
So what we're 10
on last couple of years, nearly all 100%,
right?
outside the state. This on a normal year, it's about 45%.
45% of our budget, because I mean, there's some concern. And on the federal, the entitlement meals, what do we subsidize on that? Does the federal government give us the full amount on that, or are we subsidizing for it?
So the way that this works, if for every free meal, we get a reimbursement of about $4.60, more or less. Then for reviews, it'll be $4.20 something cents. And then for paid meals, we get about 30 something cents. So you see the difference between paid and free reviews is huge. Then all the money comes into one pot. And then it's our job to manage that money so we can keep the prices for students, whether they're paid or not so high, so we can drive participation up. And we do that by controlling the cost of meals. And that's why we belong also to a COP, which a purchasing group, so we can gain more purchasing power and better pricing for what we do. On average, I need to put, just food-wise, not counting labor, I need to put a menu for elementary students with the 5 components of fruit, vegetable, milk, grain, and protein for $1.58. That's my average budget. I know that if I'm able to do that, then plus labor, plus overhead costs, I'm breaking. For the past 2 years, because of the universal meals, we are very fortunate to have now a surplus of money, which the state, I know we're only supposed to keep 3 months worth of operation, but they allowed us to keep it, which is great because this year I'm anticipating, because of this supply chain issues, going back to paid, our participation is down already, we can tell. We have to subsidize the meals for this year, and maybe even for the upcoming year, because it may be taking 2 years to recover from this inflation. We have that money that we already received from the federal government.
So it sounds like the federal amount of money just mandating these programs covers the cost of the food. For the student, and we're not picking that up.
And they're working on also upping the reimbursement or sending us money. Like I know there was like an inflation funding that they send us, which our district receive about $200,000 to extra to cover for that, which every penny in my program counts. When I have to $1.58 to put a menu together, every penny counts.
Thank you.
Amanda and then Mon.
So my initial question is similar to Steve's. I would love, and Leon, this is probably more your department, to be able to see kind of a breakdown of where the funding is coming from in terms of federal versus state, because this is interesting to me to listen to your presentation. I didn't realize how much attached to the school breakfast requirements was coming from the state. But if they're not providing the bulk of the funding, it's kind of an interesting sort of dance that you're doing, right?
Yes.
So anyway, I wanted to tell you, I really appreciate the work you're doing. This is much more nuanced and complicated, I think, than anybody has any idea, like a lot of things in the district. And to be able to provide an entire lunch for $1.58 that has fresh fruits and vegetables and everything else, I think like you're kind of a magician. That's amazing.
It's a balancing act for sure.
Yeah, I do have one question. So since your presentation last year to now, I now have a child who's celiac. How readily accessible are, different food substitutions? How recognizable is it for the students as they're going through and have some sort of an allergy or issue like that?
That's a great question. So another regulation, and of course it's also good customer service. So even if it wasn't a regulation, we probably would do it. But it's that any special diet request, we have to accommodate it from a recognized physician or a medical authority. So we have hundreds probably of students that fill out the form found on our website for a special diet request. And celiac is a very common one. So what we do is that we take that form, and Emily, our physician, works one-on-one with the families and the students to make sure that they have a safe meal. And the reason that we do this is because we have to talk about cross-contamination, way of handling the food. Even sharing an oven becomes an issue when you were just baking fresh bread and then you have to cook something that is gluten-free. We have to decontaminate and sanitize everything before we do that. So to do that safely, we do that directly with our registered dietitian and the parents and the students, and sometimes we involve the nurses. From there, we buy gluten-free food. If any of you are familiar with gluten-free, you know that the cost for the food is probably 2 or 3 times higher than the regular food. But under our programs, we're not allowed to charge any more than a regular meal. So the students get that benefit of, if they qualify for free, they get the meal for free. If they qualify for reduced, they'll pay 40 cents for lunch, or for paid $2 or $2.25, depending on what level. But we provide all of those meals. And it's not just for celiacs or gluten-free. We can do it for PKU. We do it all the time, depending on the condition. We can accommodate with foods on the line. Like our diabetic students, they can eat anything on the line. We just provide them with a carb count and help with the nurses so they can dose for insulin or anything like that.
Which I have to compliment you on, because now that I have a diabetic and he eats school lunch, your carb counts are like 150% more accurate than anything I come up with. Like, he's always way more stable after he's eaten school lunch. And the app that you have, the Nutritionix app, we live and die by as a family in the morning. So it's pretty slick. I mean, I'm really impressed by how well you guys manage all of that. I do have just one more additional question, and this came up with the student actually over at Midvale Elementary, but students who are Muslim that have to eat halal, is it kind of a similar sort of process as what you go through with it, like a student with an allergy?
Yes and no. It's not as similar in the sense that there's no regulation that actually makes us accommodate for personal preference or religion. However, we do think it's good customer service. So for now, we have purposely planned every day a menu that is we're geared towards either vegetarian and of course also pork free if it's not vegetarians, for keeping that population in mind. So it's already in place, but you're gonna start seeing more and more that within the options that we offer, there's always gonna be a pork free option or a vegetarian option. Now, I've had some parents saying, well, my kid doesn't like the vegetarian option. And in that case, I mean, we say we're doing the best we can with the budget we're given. For example, some of the vegetarian options for elementary school are the soy butter sandwiches, because we cannot serve peanuts either because of our peanut-free practice in the kitchens for that population because of the risk of peanut allergies. So yes, it's not perfect, but the options are there. It's just, and then it becomes a personal preference if they want to eat it. But for customer service, we do it, and we're working towards implementing more.
Awesome.
And then Amanda, if they don't, they can build their own sack lunch, because that's what I say to my kids. There's a sack, there's a fridge, build some lunch.
We want to make sure that at least for the students, that, I mean, because there are some schools that they rely on the school meals. So at least to have the pork-free option or the vegetarian option, it gives them something to choose if they want to.
Well, especially for a refugee student, they're coming, they're in a very different and a new environment, and they are kind of relying on some help trying to navigate that at school, right?
And even if you see things, in our app is wonderful for that. We use NutriSlice, and there is an app that parents can have, and on the app they can say, I want to filter like, and it'll cross over all of the menus that have pork or dairy or the allergens. And I'm saying that this is a very helpful tool because a lot of the kids, when we offer them like mini corn dogs or hot dogs or even pizza with pepperoni, they don't realize that it may be turkey pepperoni or a turkey hot dog instead of or beef instead of pork. They're so used to saying that, oh, that's pork, that they don't choose that. I was actually at one of the schools recently, and the teacher was trying to figure something. And I happened to be there, and for a Muslim kid. And I said, you know that this is chicken, mini corn dogs. And she was, so the kid could eat them basically. But it's all in our app with the ingredients and the allergens.
Just to answer your question, this year's budget, we expect 53% of our nutrition budget to come from the federal government, 18% from the state.
How much does that end up being? Like
Dollar-wise,
dollar-wise, yeah,
about 7.5 million.
$7.5 million
Combined.
Uh,
Between the two of them, or
no,
just
this-
federal?
in the federal.
State's about 2.6. Lunch sales,
And then we subsidize the other part.
We have the sales.
Well, we have
sales.
Sales.
Got it.
payments, and part of it gets subsidized because of this. So if we truly were to charge for what a meal cost for the paid students, you will be seeing something more similar to the adults price. But we subsidize it with these payments to keep it even for the district.
Mhm.
Mon?
Okay.
Then Holly.
Sebastian, you do an amazing job. But I have a couple of questions that come up as I watch this. I see I think it was called FFVP, the Fresh Fruit Vegetable Program. And, you know, those were real cute little cups you had with carrots and cucumber slices and celery and everything stuck in them. When you do the vegetable end of it, how much of that gets eaten and how much of it gets thrown out? I've raised kids, so I know the kind of.
It actually pains me when I see garbage cans full of fruits or vegetables. I think, giving a little background, in 2012, under the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, at the time, it was mandated that to make it a reimbursable meal, the student has to take a fruit and or a vegetable on their tray.
They don't have to eat it.
They don't have to eat it, but
They just have to
they
take it.
have to take it. So
I love the government.
I know. In 2012, though, we saw garbage cans full of produce. Since then, because we do solid waste studies all the time, it's getting better, but it's still, we see a lot of produce in the trash. So a few things that we do. Last year, we partnered right now, but with someone that is working in one of the Title I schools to have a sharing program, and we donate the produce to local pantries. And it's been working. So we wanted to expand that, and she wanted to expand that. We told him, I'm all for it, for sharing it. I don't want to see food in trash. I just don't have the manpower to manage that part of the program. So this teacher took it on her own, and she's been doing really well on that, so we're gonna expand it. Some other schools also have asked about a sharing table, which means that they have a table after the point of sale, and if a student does not want to eat an item, whether it's apple or milk or anything, they can put it in the sharing table. And for those students who are still hungry, they're welcome to go back and get something free of charge. So those are some of the things that we're doing to avoid so much of the waste, but we still see waste.
Now, does the Board of Health permit you to, after it's been served to somebody, to take it back and reserve it to somebody else?
We as a kitchen cannot reserve it, and it's not the health department, but it's the USDA federal guidelines, because I'd be happy to take that and reserve it, because it would reduce my cost. But I'm already getting a reimbursement from that food, so I'd be double dipping if I take it back to my kitchens. But they do allow to have a sharing table for students to go back
I don't know that.
and get it. Yeah, and they say it's under local management. We've had good and bad experiences with sharing tables. When we first started, and I'll just give you this example, it was one of the middle schools. I won't say which one, but we were all excited, and we saw two things that happened that prevented us from doing a sharing table. First, the students, the message was help someone in need by donating food. So the students all of a sudden started all to take everything they could so they can donate, which produced a huge increase in my food cost. And the second thing, if this was a middle school, they were tampering with the food. We found a pin in one of the apples. So because of those two things, we stopped it for a while. Since then, we started again, because we do believe that the concept is the right concept. We don't want food waste. And we've been successful in slowly implementing it, and hopefully we can expand.
And a follow-up question. At the end of the day, after everybody's been fed and you have food that has not been served, what happens to that food?
Great question. So in our kitchens, we allow only for a 5% waste overall. And that's to give room for students who change their mind to still get their choice, especially in elementary school. And it's not a perfect number, because if I go through the line and I chose, I don't know, pizza, but hamburgers look better, I switch my mind. And that happens more often than not in elementary. Then we want to make sure that the last grade still gets the two choices. And that's why we allow for the 5%. If enough students change their mind, it has happened that the last grade does not get the two choices and they're only stuck with the one choice. But the reason for the 5% is if everything goes according to plan, that food gets discarded. And it's part of our HACCP plan for food safety, because if it's cooked food, it already went through the danger zone and cooked once. If we were to donate it, we have to cool it down properly, and then the person we give it to have to reheat it to 165 for 15 seconds at least. And since we don't have control of that, there is a liability for us to provide those cooked food. Anything that could be saved, like apples, milk, that goes back to stock, because we can reserve the next day. It's not an issue. It's only the cooked food that we allow that 5%, and then we discard it.
It's not available for people that work there to take home.
No, shouldn't. The only reason that you may see a worker going home with food is because they purchase a meal. First of all, they get a free meal for being a worker. We provide them free lunch, but if they want to take food home, they have to purchase it just like an adult and pay the $5 for the meal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are great questions.
And did you have a follow-up question?
So
Oh,
just-
Polly and then Amanda, sorry.
Thanks, Sebastian. Very comprehensive report. Just a few quick questions. I noticed you have 60 open positions. And currently we're suspending Canyons Cafe in our catering program. Does that absorb all 60 positions, or do we fill it also at our local buildings?
So we have 40 positions open.
Oh,
So the 40,
patient.
it didn't say last year, sorry.
Last year was
Last year.
60.
Last year,
Oh,
yes,
okay,
compared to last year. Currently, we have 40,
okay.
and that includes the 3 people at the cafe. So 37 of those positions will be at schools, and the 3 positions will be here at the cafe. So compared to last year, we're in much better shape. And I do feel it's because of the pay increase and the purpose. I just already talked about it, but
We're down 40 instead of 60. I see. I was looking at that as this year. Okay, and then
I noticed you said wait time has improved since the beginning of school. I know we're doing it differently this year with the point of sale. What is the wait time like in comparison to what it was last year? I know we're getting better.
Oh, to last year is way more because last year it was really easy. It was just a tallying
Yes.
sheet. So students literally just went through the point of sale, would check that they had a reimbursable meal, tally, that's it. This year at secondary schools, it could be very, very fast because they're scanning and the scanning is just it takes a
That's
second.
fast.
It's elementary that we're seeing that we have a problem because we bring them up by class and then we have asked for names.
Have to look at the name.
In an ideal world, if they know all their information, it goes really fast. But we have some schools that it has become a challenge, especially the Title I schools. But since then, we learned from the state allowed us, since those schools already qualify for free meals anyway because of the CEP program, they allowed us to keep tallying at those schools. So since then, it's become so much better. Now, tallying does leave room for human error, which I don't like because when we get audited, any error, we can get penalized financially for that. So, but in the meantime, as we get more familiar with the software and until we look for an alternate solution, we're okay with tallying in the future. I hope that we can get something. We've been talking about different methods. We'll see which one works best for those schools.
Okay, and have we considered doing scanning for the other traditional elementary schools just to kind of speed up that wait time?
We asked, McKay was kind enough to ask the principals about their feedback. And the feedback we got is that most schools would be willing to go to scanning. I think we had 2 elementary schools that were not, that it been working. They just needed time. So to implement, they don't want to just change overnight. So in the meantime, we took that feedback and with IT and we're working on what we can do in the future if we need to provide the scanning cards and look towards that direction.
Great. And then just lastly, when a student comes up to the line and they give their name or they scan and there isn't money in their account, but they don't have a lunch from home, I know we feed them, but can you explain that process of what happens?
Yes, so the process should be very simple. None of our workers are allowed to discuss funds or balances with the students, period. It should all be taken care with the parents. So when the student comes through the line, even if there is a low balance, it's just treated like any other student with a balance and they just go through. The only difference would be if the student goes back for a second meal, because only the first meal is reimbursable by the government. The second one, they would have to pay just like an adult $5 for lunch. And our district policy says that we provide them a meal no matter what for the reimbursable meal. If they want a second meal, then the language my workers should use, and I say should because of course we give them the language, but I'm not at school every day, is at this time we can only provide you with a reimbursable meal. We're not allowed to give you a second meal, but not discussing the balance at all with the student.
And then the way the communication goes home is they have a little Skylert or
Skylards, yeah, they have Skylards, and then if it hits that there are different thresholds, I think in another meeting we actually talk about this, but if it gets the $30, then the principals become aware and they have the choice to either appoint someone to talk to the parent or they do it themselves, telling them, hey, you accrued $30 in debt. What we can do to help you bring that account.
And at that point, they can also talk to the family about if they qualify for a free or reduced.
Yes, principals have always had that chance of talking to the families. And I know that a lot of the families want to be reliant and not rely on the federal program, but if there is a need, we're happy to help with that benefit. And it's all confidential. When the students go through the line, there is nothing that will alert even the worker if a student is on paid free or refused. It's just, they just go through the line.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Amanda had a follow-up question, then I have a question.
Just in quick,
Then we kind of need to wrap that up.
just in quick follow-up to Mont. So just to clarify, the leftover food, I get that we can't send it home with employees or kids. Can it be donated to the family shelter? I mean, that's within our boundaries. Is that allowable to be able to donate it to?
We don't have the manpower to do that, but if somebody would, because I mean, and that's the thing, with a 5%, the volume of food that gets thrown away is not huge, unless something happens, like because sometimes we don't get told that there is a field trip or an assembly. And then we prepare all this food but in a normal day, the 5% does not really amount to a lot of food. So we've had this conversation before, but the shelter didn't have the manpower to come and collect, and not knowing that it would be enough, they didn't think it was worth it at the time. But we could have programs for picking up food and donate it.
Or even if there are members of the public, like some teenagers that would be interested in making a difference that way. Like, I wonder if there's some sort of communication mechanism, like give people heads up, like, hey, you need some meals delivered, would you be interested? I don't know. I have some kids that could really use that experience, honestly, so.
No, we could, and as any of our programs, I'd like to pilot it first at one school to work out the bugs and everything instead of saying that every school will do this, but we could certainly do that.
You know, we have that service organization called the Local Bee that takes and has helped our schools a lot, has worked with canyons with coats and gloves and things. So that might be a Local Bee. Maybe they have manpower that could come in and do that. Possibly contact them.
We always welcome people who approach us and this is how we actually got that teacher to do the sharing table, and she's donated it already to food pantries or local shelters. We just don't really, I don't go out looking for those opportunities because we don't have the manpower, but if they come and approach us with a plan, and if it's feasible, we work with them.
I can do that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Clarine.
So, at the school I'm at, well, the two schools I've been at, the sixth grade always eat last. And so they just have the sixth graders go back and get whatever they want after everybody's eaten. And they pretty well clear out that 5% for the day. I don't know if we do that here or not at this district, but it is an easy way to clear out the 5% because those boys are growing and they'll just go back and get the rest of the macaroni.
So that's all local management, and for two reasons. First, the order the grades come, that really depends on the schedule and the principal. They're the ones that schedule grades and lunch schedules. We don't have a say on which grade comes first or second or last. And for the sixth graders, I would feel better if I check with the state saying, can we give them the free food? Because I'm assuming it's free at that point.
At that point, it's what's left over after everybody's had their.
And of course, and I'm not saying, I mean, I'm just in my head quickly foresee maybe possible challenges. The other kids from other grades saying, how come they get that chance and I don't? You know, but because you have the 7th and the 8th graders there too. That I'm
Oh,
sure
I forget. See, we're still at elementary in Jordan.
Oh,
So that's why the sixth graders go through
Yeah.
lunch class and that's why they get all the food.
yeah.
I forget that the
Yeah.
6th, 7th and 8th are all with the middle school. Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah. And like I mentioned, for other school districts, since they don't have that configuration, it does become a challenge, and they may be able to do that because there is an overlap in regulations and they need more calories and more food on their plates.
Mhm.
In our district, they're all within that regulation of
Calories and
7,
food.
8. They're already getting enough food that they may need.
Sorry, that was my bad.
No, it's all good. It's not a bad idea actually, but I just. Yeah,
Maybe the 5th graders can eat the leftover food at the elementary level.
Elementary.
Thank you for this great report. I just have one question that came to me from a parent of a high school, in a high school situation. Sometimes those high school students need to use their lunch hour to go meet with a teacher or something and don't get a chance to get lunch. So the question was, is there anything out there with making a few grab and go type lunches available for kids, you know, that would need to do that? And I don't know how that fits in with your system.
I actually, yeah, we do have the bento box, salads, grab and go, and even depending on where they're line, alternatives or everything are very quick. I'll tell you from my perspective. I don't know the principal's perspective, but in our perspective, it's always better when in high school or any secondary school we have more than one lunch period. It's been proven that the students, if they have to meet with a teacher or something, sometimes they allow them to come to the second lunch period, and we are able to serve a meal anyway. And also it increases participation. With one lunch period, what we're seeing is that it's so long of a period that most of the students leave campus and they don't come to the cafeteria. But that's of course from the food service perspective. We'll support whatever the principals or the teachers may need. But if at all possible to have more than one lunch period, that would resolve that too. But we do have some.
There's always a grab and go.
Yeah,
So we have high schools that only have one lunch. So we're trying to put 2,000 kids, 1,800 kids through lunch at one time.
Well, it doesn't happen really because a lot of them leave because they have an extended.
I know,
Majority of
but
them
they
leave.
wouldn't leave the.
Yeah.
All right.
Problem for another day.
Yeah. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Really
So much.
great information and thank you for the great work. Please tell your whole department how much we appreciate
Thank
it.
you. We appreciate you too, and especially the pay raise for our employees. It made a huge difference. Thanks, Sebastian.
Thank you. All right. Next is our annual SCC training. This is required by state statute, and so we will turn the time over to Susan Edwards, our community engagement coordinator.
Hey, this year you guys get trained before the FCCs do. That's kind of an unusual switch of calendar. So, but if you don't get enough tonight, SCC training starts tomorrow and you can come twice a day, 3 different times this month. So if you don't get enough tonight, you can come back and back and back again.
Oh my gosh, you're so generous.
I know, right? We just want to spend time with you. So here are the SCC training dates that are coming up. Like I said, they start tomorrow, twice a day, 3 different times. So several options for our SCC members to attend. The Sdc Plan and Responsibilities. So SCCs are currently statutorily responsible for a number of things.
Thank you.
The final report from the previous year, which reviews what happened this last year with their plan. Remember, each month they're supposedly going over their budget and their goals that they had set for last year, right? Or the current year, if you're in that year. They're going over that and they are reviewing whether or not they need to submit an amendment to you guys, or if all is going well and they're able to spend appropriately. And then they write a final report. I will tell you, I'll blame Leon for this. There is a disconnect. I just wanted to blame you for something. There's a disconnect on the final report now. Used to, we came back from the school year, their first meeting, which happened September, October, they would review and write their final report. Somehow or another, this is the state office talking, not Susan, the business managers managed to line it up with something in the world of the business managers. And they now do their final report January through March. Well, by January, this SCC, roughly half of which wasn't even here last year, have a really hard time even remembering or knowing what they did the year before. So we will encourage them, if they want, to go ahead and review that and write that when they return for the school year. But the principal has to file it away because they are the only one that can turn it into the state site January through March, and they can't do it until then. But that's the final report. And so there's a little disconnect. So when you look on the school websites now, where you used to see this year's plan, last year's plan, the final report, you no longer see that until halfway, 3/4 of the way through the school year. So kind of an interesting thing. That was a change last year, and we'll just blame all the business managers for that. The land trust plan. So this is the one that's statutory. This is what started the whole thing with school community councils. The land trust plan, you all know what land trust is and how that money is produced off of land that was set aside constitutionally for the benefit of school children forevermore, right? So this is the plan where they are given some money to each SCC and they are supposed to use it to increase academic achievement. So that is the plan that is like their plan. That's the main focus. But a few years ago, you'll all remember and recall that they started Teacher Student Success Act and the Teacher Student Success Plan, which is also tied to some funding. So now the building leadership team and the staff and faculty work on the Tssp, and they share that with their school community council. And then they use some of the land trust funding to choose and help fund some of those school improvement goals. So the TSSP, digital citizenship, we receive as a district, roughly in December. We send out a plan to them that tells them everything we do to keep kids safe on the internet. The school supplements that with anything additionally they're doing. And then they come back, and their major goal in digital citizenship is to say, are the students receiving enough education to stay safe on the internet? Are the parents receiving enough to support their students? And if they're not, then the Sdc is tasked with taking on whether that's some assemblies or some parent night meetings to help do that. And then we, of course, are helping offset that with your blessing and with your request with our canyoneering nights that we'll be doing digital citizenship. The school safety plan, we also receive at the same time in December. That is where they review the school safety plan for the school. And then they bring to us, send back in their report, the top 1 or 2 concerns they have as a school district, as a school for safety. This is the one plan or the one response from them that you will not see published on the website. We don't really feel like it's necessary or appropriate to publish their main safety concerns. So you won't see that there, but you all receive a report of what those are for the schools. Positive behaviors plan and the electronic device plan, they review and determine if changes are needed. Once a year, they'll review those plans and just say, are we good where these are? Do we need to update these? And then the safe walking routes plan. The other plan, and I thought I got it updated, but it doesn't look like it's updated on here. And let me see if it is on the next slide. Nope, you didn't get the updated one in here. But is the, Nancy, help me out. Attendance, thank you. Is the attendance plan that per policy, per Canyon's policy, you all task the community with giving input, and the school community councils are part of that. So what is your role with these plans? The land trust gets the final report from the previous year. Like I just said, you'll receive that. These are the statutes that go along with the requirements. I noticed just when I was sitting here that I forgot the school safety one, but I can give you that statute if you want. The land trust, you actually approve. So you receive the final report from the previous year. You actually approve the land trust and the TSSP plans. Digital citizenship, you receive a report that we provide to you, and same with school safety. Positive behavior plan, they approve initially, and then the annual reports, you'll just know from that point on, they give a report to you that those have been received and any updates needed. Same with electronic device. And then the safe walking routes, the board established a committee which receives recommendations from the Sdc, among others, and partners with the cities, county to go over safe walking routes. Any questions on any of the plans? We'll refer to this in our training as that's the block of their work right there. Steve?
So the electronic device plan, if a SCC wants to make it where it's a no cell phone in classrooms, they could do that, or they have the authority.
They can discuss it. They are, remember, an advisory board, an advisory group on virtually everything except the land trust plan, and to some extent the TSSP. So they are advisory. They can choose to discuss it. They can offer to the school, to the principal, to the board advice and recommendations, but they do not set policy and they cannot make rules.
Okay, because I know some schools have devices and some don't have devices. I suspect it goes through SCC and I know through their administration, but it's not a board policy at this point.
Right, they would discuss that on any piece of it, thing that they want to advise on. They serve as advice. They can discuss it. They can make recommendations either officially or just in their discussion. A lot of times you all will send things out to the school community councils that will say, we'd like your input back on this. But again, they're not setting the policy, they're giving you advice, because the principal and you all obviously have a lot of parents, children, and community to consider, budgets, things like that to consider when making a decision. So they are advice only. So when you approve the land trust and TSS, the plans are due early April. Alice starts receiving them as early as March, as soon as they're done. So if you'll remember the last year or two, we have started getting them out to you the minute we start receiving them so that you have longer to work through that approval process rather than waiting for their lump group and then sending them to you. Jibba. Okay. So the board plans to read those between March and early May. You go back and forth with school performance and say, you know, I've got these concerns or these questions, and they will help get you the answers for those. So any clarifying questions, your approval is based on whether they meet statutory requirements. So do they have measurable goals set? Are they in academic areas? Are they spending money the way that whichever pot of money it is meant to be spent? That's what you're really looking for. And the board will be provided a rubric at that time to help evaluate that and make those decisions. Any plan that receives 2 signatures at that point then goes on the consent agenda for approval. If a plan does not, then you would bring it to the whole board for review. And if you still had concerns, or if you needed clarifying questions or needed something reworked, then that would go back to in writing. And this is a statutory requirement that it goes back to the Sdc in writing with what your thoughts or concerns are. And then the final approval is required every year by May 15th. I don't know how long they'll keep letting us do that, but we always ask for that second board meeting in May to be the approval date. And so far they've been gracious in giving us that. Any questions on that process? So we also, school committee councils have a legal compliance. The way we as the staff check that on your behalf is on website audits. So you can see a number of things here that they are required to have on their school website for school committee councils. A couple of things to note. The Sdc members' contact information. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen an abundance of phishing scams where people are contacting the Sdc members saying, hey, this is principal so-and-so, and I am stuck in a meeting and I really need you to do something for me. Usually go buy gift cards or go buy something, get some money, bring it to them, something. And you would think most of us wouldn't fall for that, but surprising the number of people who do. So we really are put forth a lot of effort. One is to train them that your email from a principal will always be from canyonsdistrict.org. If you ever get an email, you should always look at it and make sure that that's it, because those phishing scams without fail come from a made-up email address. 2, we have taken to, it is a legal requirement to have their contact information on the website, but we have gone to where you have to click through a link to see their contact information, and that has cut down on the number of phishing. Hasn't eliminated it, because as good and quick as we are to try to address something like this, there's somebody out there, computer literate, that's trying to undermine what we do to try to keep people safe. But between the training, we have cut down on this significantly. Another thing that you will note in there is not only do they have to post their minutes or their meetings for the year, the whole schedule for the year, but they also have to, on their calendar, on their home webpage, in their newsletter, they also have to provide another source of public notification. So a week or so out, they have to say, hey, we'll be having our Sdc meeting on this date and time, in addition to the yearly schedule. This is a place I want to give you all some kudos. Most of you know that I serve on the State Trust Land Action Committee, or otherwise known as TLAC, with some of your fellow board members, with Nancy Kennedy and Carolyn White, and principals and charter schools. There's a whole group of people that serve on this. So one of the things that was brought forward was to study the signature page. And I wanted to talk about that for a minute, because every board, they give a sample signature page, but every board can customize their signature page. You all have chosen to, and you can see the language there. You've added you've added the Tssp part, not just land trust, but that you participated and that you agree or disagree with the plan, however that looks. And the other thing is, we were talking about this, a lot of them are like, well, we don't know what to do when we get that back, the other board members or other districts. And it was really interesting. They took it out to the superintendent's meetings, to principals' meetings, and to parent meetings. And they asked all three groups, they said, should we do away with this? Is this worth keeping? And all three groups said, absolutely, it's worth it. The reason, there's twofold. One is it shows that, so if you're a principal or a school board or district, it shows that somebody participated, right? And they've signed their name, I participated, I agree or disagree, doesn't really matter, but they show that they have participated and they sign their name to it. So if you have a contentious vote or something that comes up in the future, you can come back and look at it and say, okay, well, your name's here, so you were there for that conversation and you participated. So it's a level of protection, if you will. Two, for the parent members and the SCC members, it provides them with a level of protection. If they feel like they're not genuinely participating, or they feel like sometimes we hear that they're getting, it's just a rubber stamp, they don't sign. And Alice and I are gonna look at it first, and then you guys are probably gonna look at it very closely, and you're gonna say, why isn't this signature? They don't have to sign, but we're gonna call them and we're gonna say, hey, what's up? Were you not there? Did you not feel like you participated? That's a warning. Now, just like with your board, you don't have to have unanimous numbers to pass a plan, but you do need to recognize and to indicate here that you participated or not. And that's our way of knowing and checking. Rarely have that happen, but it is a safeguard. And all three of the groups decided that that was well worth keeping. But kudos to you all for developing this a little step further and for paying attention to it each year when it comes in. A little information. This is what I was talking about the contact and phishing. That's what it would look like. It would look like SCC member's name, view email. You can click there and it would take you into their contact information. So most robots can't do that. And then the public notice of every meeting, as I said. There is a lot of supports for school community councils. The state office of land trust still provides training statewide, and they're phenomenal and a great support to us. And then canyonsdistrict.org SCC is our handbook and all of the things that you need to know SCC related. And then Alice and I are always here to support you and to support our SCCs. Is there any questions I can answer?
Questions, comments? Let's see, Steve and then Holly.
So as far as the plans, the TS and trust plan, when I go to sign it, I'm just looking to make sure it meets the minimum requirements by law. I can't say they forgot to add this, you need to add it, or I don't like that, you need to take it out. That's their group, their SCCs decided as a board member. I just need to be sure that they're spending the money in the right category and it meets the criteria by law.
You can ask questions, certainly, but correct. You are really deciding if it meets the statutory requirements.
Holly?
With your training this year, are you going to talk about the measurable goal set and the timeline? Because I know I had a lot of parents that had questions about that. So just explaining the timeline when they're setting the goal, and then they're still going to have testing after that, and looking at what that growth percentage, a indeed measurable goal, is that going to be explained?
It is explained. We are not focusing on it as we have every year for the past several years, but we do have it in our explanation when we talk about plans.
Okay. And then I had a lot of parents. It's funny because years ago when it was just SCC and there wasn't the TSSP, I think there was less confusion.
It was just land trust.
Yeah. Land trust, which was why SCCs were created. So when it was just land trust, and now when we have the TSSP and principals are saying, I talked to my BLT team, I've had a lot of parents confused about that and think that the land trust plan can come from the teachers too, and that they're little, even though they go to training, they're not exactly sure how much say they can have and things like that. So I know you and I have talked about this. Is there any consideration for like a role play with an SCC? And so parents know actually they can be more vocal, ask questions, suggest.
We hope so. I have in my inbox the possibility of a role play video that we filmed last week.
Awesome.
We'll see if we look good enough on camera to actually ever show it in public. We'll see, but possibly. And the other thing is we will talk about that. I find it interesting is that statewide, listening to the other districts and people talk about SCCs, is that the balance on TSSP and land trust seems to be in question statewide.
Yes.
There is a growing, and I was a little caught off guard by this because I know we've talked about it, but there seems to be a growing concern that the state actually brought forward in a couple of our meetings that that the land trust, not that it's lost in significance, but that it now is mandatory that it feeds into TSSP.
Yes.
And they're feeling like that has lost a lot of the parental input.
Yes.
And so I think there are quite a few people looking at that and trying to figure out what, the other thing is the TSSP funding. Nancy, you correct me on this if I don't say it right. The adding new money to it ends this year. Is that this year?
Any increase in the funds.
Any increase in the
Yeah,
funding.
because they were tied to the freezing of the state
Right.
base rate.
And there is discussion on
Still
whether or not
ongoing
that's
money.
going to change.
But not increasing.
Yeah.
So I think there's some eyes on that piece. I don't know where that discussion will go. We'll pay attention to it as we go through the legislature, but session, but I do think there's some discussion on that piece.
That's great. I had a group reach out to me from Alpine School District about these exact questions. So, let's see, I think I had one more. But while I remember it, I can let someone else speak.
I think Amanda had a question.
So yeah, and follow up to that, like, so when the TSSP funds were initially approved, you know, we spent time as a board approving what our policy was going to be specifically.
Your
for that.
rubric.
Yes, and there's a lot more breathing room there than there is for land trust. And I'm curious whether or not when they receive their training, if they're given a copy of that policy so that they can have that in front of them. It lists specific examples of things that they can use. I'm just curious whether or not they have quick access to it when they're going through those conversations.
We do not have it planned out in the training.
Uh-huh.
It is on the website and we do reference it. But I don't think that's a bad idea and we could certainly get it out to them so they have that for reference.
Well, and maybe even just highlighting some of the differences between the two. I mean, for instance, you know, like some of the things that they can spend TSSP money on according to our policy are enrichment opportunities.
We are talking about
Some of those other things. So that's great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we are talking about some of the differences and some of the things you can do. We can include it from that lens by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will rework that.
There's nothing more empowering than having the language in front of you when you're sitting with a large group, you know. It's great.
Clary. And
I
then-
was just gonna say as a teacher. Well, I've sat on the SCC as a teacher, but also with you guys, but also. as a teacher. I don't think teachers know about the TSSP, tell you the truth. I kind of understand the land trust. But I don't think, I know they have representatives that go to the SCC meeting. But I think most administration tries to tie them both together because it's just easier to manage the money by having both of them be language, both of them be math, and both of them be what the other thing is. And so I think it's gonna be a learning curve a little bit. As I've watched the last 2 or 3 years, for them to realize that, you know, they can use it for the fine arts like you're talking. But yeah, but I think that that's probably like you guys are talking about changing for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, but I think teachers need to, I think administration needs to be more clear with teachers as a whole and say this is another option we could do with TSSP money. But also then, I don't know, because every school's different, right? Then a school might lose a coach because they might use it for fine arts. And they're using it for hiring their coach. Does that make sense? Or they might lose their counselor if they use it for bringing arts
Mental health,
in.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's this line that goes, you know, two sides of the line of what to do with that and how to do with that. As far as what you lose or what you gain.
For sure. We hope, we train and we hope that the people on the SCC are hearing that message and really putting in the diligent work to study their options and to study how both sets of money are going to make a difference in those
Because
kids.
teachers are going out to other teachers and telling them so that they can get input and bring it back to the SCC and not just sitting there thinking they don't have a choice or that they can't make any changes.
Right.
Yeah.
I hope so too, because I've sure said it enough over several
I
years.
know.
Let's go back to your faculty meeting, take this information, get in for feedback back, bring it back to the SCC. I hope so too.
Holly, did you?
Yes, I remembered my other thing. And I think we've discussed this before, but I just wanted to reiterate and be sure. Is everyone going to have a copy of that access to high quality learning from the strategic plan? Because we would hope that if we're looking at how we implement that strategic plan, we should see a difference in our plans this year. There's always a large portion of our plans that goes towards technology. Well, we have this renewed fervor in our access to high quality learning for personalized, hands-on, collaborative and things like that. So I would hope that we see a difference, because as a whole, as a district, through all those lenses of surveys and work groups, we have determined that there's some other nuances to access to high quality learning. So is that going to be part of the presentation?
Every SCC member is receiving a copy of the strategic plan, and we are planning to go over the different pieces and the highlights of it. So of course that would be part of it.
That would be awesome. Yeah, even breaking down and looking at the percentage, there's a high percentage of those plans that are to have in the past been towards technology.
I don't know that we've formulated the percentage that
Yeah.
this or that, but we're talking about possible usages. So
Okay, and then will they also go over the signature page like you just did to explain it's okay if you say you do not agree, or if you didn't feel like you were able to participate? Okay, perfect, thanks. Amber?
I just want to add, and it kind of is going along with what everyone's saying, that I would just love our SCCs to be creative, be innovative. Like, I would love to see something on there, those plans that like we've never seen before. Like, let's just not do
Feel empowered.
technology and hire more aides.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you would,
You could do an
you talk
outdoor
about those things, that would be great. Because they can be innovative, like they don't have to just do that anyway. So I would just love that. So it sounds like you're gonna go over it.
Well,
I
can
don't
I
trust you.
say something to that point
Yeah.
too? The feedback that I've heard from state legislators is that they're actually looking for that too. Part of me wonders whether or not TSSP will be better funded if they're hearing and seeing from schools that there is more innovative use of the money other than just adding more Chromebooks. Parts, you know what I mean? Which we see a lot of when we're approving plans. I've had state legislators say to me, why aren't you using more innovation? You still have it within your grasp in certain cases with money to be able to do more of that, and maybe the SECs can drive.
they can certainly assist in the discussion, and keep in mind that just because it doesn't show up in your TSSP plan or your land trust plan, that doesn't mean they're not big.
Yeah, and there
Right.
probably
There's
is.
a lot of other places that they're covering in a school to do additional things to be innovative or so.
Yeah, good point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for this. The training is so
I
good.
know
every
Mark
year.
loves this training every year. And so
That's
we'll
a-
make sure, I know we'll see you tomorrow.
This is a party.
3.
This is a party.
Exactly.
No, we appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
and all the
Susan.
work that will happen to train the SECs, and all the work that you do to support them.
If this video is usable, it will be plastic.
I want to see this video. I'm excited about it.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, item C, Peruvian Park Virtual Days for Move to New Building. This is a first reading. I'll turn the time over to Leon Wilkins, Business Administrator.
Thank you. Thank you to Susan. Thank you to Sebastian for their presentations. I have to tell you, Sebastian's daughter has a daughter named Sophia. She and my boy Zach have been in the same dual immersion classes for the last 5 years. They're in fifth grade. Sophia is probably the sweetest, kindest girl you'd ever. Zach, not so much. Little heck raiser. So,
Oh, yeah, right.
I know we've gone way past this country from arranged marriages. I've already arranged for those two to be married. I apologize to Sophia because she could probably do so much better, but Zach.
Let us know how that works out, would you?
They're working out well for him.
If it works out.
Just want to go quickly over this Peruvian Park schedule. This has been a project and then a project. let me just tell you some of the things that we're facing there. You know, there again, we don't need to belabor the labor shortage, but it's mainly been electricians. Anybody who tried to get an electrician or plumber to their house recently, that's hard. Tile setters is a big problem that we're facing, and millwork workers are a tough one as well. We've also had supply chains delays with steel. I think over a year ago, we brought you the steel delay, knowing that it would be delayed going into this new building. We've just never caught up to that, and was about a 3-month delay. And that's gonna push us 3 months. We've just been able to make that up. We had concrete delays, but they've seemed to work themselves out. We've got almost all the concrete there poured now. And now we're dealing with countertops, you know, on top of the millwork there. And also glass has been a big problem. So there's been so many materials and supply chain delays. We were looking at trying to get in by fall break. And we think that the classrooms themselves and the restrooms would be ready. It's just the other areas of the building that wouldn't be. And that'd be the kitchen, the cafeteria. We just didn't feel right about serving sack lunches and not have a place for kids to eat during the weather. Not after today, but we think it'll get cooler and colder at some point. But the hallways, the administration area, the media center, they're just not going to be done by fall. We're asking to move that move-in date back a few weeks. We'll go over that here in just a minute. Here's some of the pictures. These were taken last Wednesday. See that I actually finished pouring a lot of the concrete that day. See them working there. This is one classroom. These next two slides. This is from the door, and you can see the millwork is going in, but the countertops on those right here are just not in. That's a big problem that we're having. Supposedly we're getting a big shipment in the next 2 weeks to do them, but it's been a big problem. Here's the same classroom window facing towards the door. You can see lots done, but we still have a lot to do. This is kind of a typical classroom. We're still going to drop the ceiling tile, of course, finish the millwork and carpet, then whiteboards and projectors and tack boards inside there. So this is our proposed timeline that we feel comfortable bringing to you, and more importantly, I think, to our community, making this official right now. That by the end of October, we have temporary occupancy from fire marshal, meaning we can go in there and start moving things in. So we start moving furniture in. Of course, it'll all be new furniture that you've approved, and then moving those big gray totes over from the Crescent View building that week of October 31st. Then that following week, teachers can go in there after hours. Of course, they're teaching a full day already, but if they wanted to, they could go in after hours to start setting up classrooms. But they don't have to. That Monday, then 2 weeks after we get the occupancy, Monday the 14th, we're planning to do a field trip for the students to bring over their supplies, our little totes, if you will, and to the new building and see their new classroom and their stuff there. And this would be the last day the kids are in the Crescent View building. Would be Monday, November 14th. Also that day, teachers would review and give out packets, homework packets, for the next 2 days. Okay, so they'd review these packets to give them out for the 14th and 15th, that Tuesday and Wednesday. We would do that because we would request that those 2 days be remote, so the teachers could go into the new Peruvian Park and set up their classrooms. That would require board action on your part, so we'd like to bring that back to you. That's why this would be a first reading. That would be the part we bring back to you at hopefully the September 20th, maybe on the consent agenda, for you to approve that. We'd have the ribbon cutting on the 16th. We'll certainly have to do it inside, but knowing the weather, that could be in short sleeves out there. And then the first day of school in that new building would be Thursday, the 17th. We did that because we wanted to make sure the next week's Thanksgiving, give our employees, give our families time to enjoy that with the families and not worry about moving in. So we want to be in there by Thanksgiving. That's our timeline there. Any questions on that? That's all.
But Steve?
Does this look pretty solid? I mean, we've moved it several times. Is this,
This is the first time we really made it official.
yeah, I know, we've talked about it.
About other-
Earlier, but this is
The contractor wanted another, they actually wanted the after Thanksgiving. And we said, no, our people need to be in there before Thanksgiving, so.
Chiseled in jello.
Chisel. There will be, you went to Glacier Hills and you saw some tile not down, right? Some areas not completely finished, some mill work not done. You're probably almost certainly going to see that. Main thing is the kids will be in there.
This has been sort of a inconvenience for families, especially during the winter time, going to and from.
Yeah, it's been a big, we appreciate it.
You.
We have to give kudos to Leslie, our staff, the parents, the kids. It's been a process here.
This alleged ribbon cutting, will it be at 6 o'clock? What time will that be?
And Kurt and Jeff, probably 6, yeah.
Usually 5:30 for reception, 6 for the actual ceremony, and then we can arrange for a VIP tour as well.
That will be indoors because it would be dark.
Probably
then.
at that time for sure.
We're not worried about rain.
Problem.
Hey, any other questions? Leon would like to bring this timeline back and to approve the remote days for board approval at the consent agenda on our next meeting. Any opposition or concern with doing that?
That way we can give Leslie tentative approval, if you will, to her community that is.
Thank you.
And if any of you are tile setters, painters, let us know. We're not quite ready to throw Bob up on a ladder.
Please now. Please now.
Very good.
We might put McKay up because if it falls,
He's young enough.
he'll just float.
He'll float. Something.
He'll fly. He'll fly. All right, thank you very
You won't
much.
Walk that far above the carpet, right?
Thanks.
You're safe.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Wilcox. And now we will turn the time back to you for our next item, a district-wide bus study. And I'll turn time over to Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. I'd say the worst dad joke ever. Just read that today. What did the buffalo say to his boy when he dropped him off at school?
Oh.
Listen. Oh, Cindy. Now you know what Rick's seen in eyes sometimes.
So that's where you get your jokes, how she sends them to.
Laffy Taffy.
Laffy Taffy, that's right.
You just spoiled his joke.
Sorry, I know. I don't.
There you go, Cindy. You remember last April, May, we went through a process of just to look at the bail schedule at 2 of our middle schools and the impact of the elementaries, mainly Draper Park, Mount Jordan, the elementaries that we have bus routes going to. And we said back then, if you wanted to look at a district-wide, more comprehensive bail schedule, we need to do it now in the fall. So you have time to vet and make decisions and whatnot. It's really never too early to start something like this. So bringing that back here. So if you want to do a bail, obviously we want it aligned with our strategic plan. We're coming, if you want to do it, we'd want you to tell us the parameters of how it should work. And, obviously from our perspective, we want to continue to optimize our transportation services with multiple, what we call runs on each route. So whenever a bus leaves our bus garage, it goes to multiple schools in the most efficient way. Just to give you some update or history on Draper Park, again, we moved that one back 20 minutes, 7:30 to 7:50. A year ago, we had about 400 opt-outs. We cut that in half, which is really good. I talked to Chip last Thursday. These are his numbers. One thing that I got a little interested is, we now have 60 missing the last period.
This period.
Want to be careful not swinging it too much there. Just to give you a brief update on our current labor, we're doing actually pretty good, as Sebastian mentioned. We're picking up people, and so we're actually doing pretty good in our transportation department. We could still use about 15 drivers. We have, to become a driver, you have to take a class. So we offer these classes monthly. And we do have about 5 or 6 in the class now. Not all of them pass the class, not all of them want to stay and drive, so it whittles down. But we are picking up some drivers. On the website, Indeed has been a big help to us over the last year. But currently we have 13 staff members. That would be dispatchers, routers, mechanics who drive a regular route. When we get Peruvian Park done, that will go down by 4. At this current rate, we think by time Peruvian Park's done, we could be almost, none of them could be driving, but hopefully under 5. But we'd hope that any recommended changes to the Bell schedule would require no additional drivers, because we just don't know what the future labor pool is going to be, because it's always a struggle. I put on there a Bell schedule on board docs, but just to review our current times. Our high school start between 7:35 and 7:55. The buses get there earlier. We know that because each school has to shuttle kids over the tech center, and some actually shuttle to Diamond Bridge. So the buses do get there around 7:10. On the middle schools at Mount George still starts at 7:30. The other 7 between 7:50 and 8:05. Then we have what I call 2 tiers of times for elementaries. Roughly in that 8:15, 8:30 time is tier 1. About half. The other half, actually, that's probably a little bit more than half. In 20, 18 and 20, and then the others are this 8:45 to 9 o'clock range there. Okay. Obviously, we want to stack as many runs on each route. Right now, we have so they would do a high school, a middle school, then an elementary. Right now, we do have 11, what we call single tier routes. They're not very efficient. Gas prices right now, fuel prices. So it's also hard to get a driver to do that, because they're not getting a whole lot of hours there. So that's a challenge as well. So of course, 4 of those are for Peruvian Park, still 7 for buildings. So here's the concepts for Bell study. We would ask that it's district-wide. We really think it would be a problem if it's 1 feed or 1 area we looked at it. We wouldn't need the whole district used to do it, because many of our bus routes overlap feeders. And the others, these are considerations. I put periods after each one of these, but really they're more question marks on most of them. We'd want you to tell us what level, high school, middle school, elementary, would you want to start first. And so we could map the Bell schedule, map our study around that parameter. Also, we'd want to know the earliest start time, the latest end time that you would feel comfortable with, so we can map or study or do the analysis around that. We don't want to bring anything back that you may not like, so we want to know those parameters. Those are the 2 big ones right there. Keep in mind the 990 minute. We're still under the state board rule for the 180 days. 990 has been waived this year. Don't know what's going to happen in the future. I could see it not being continued both ways. Both ways, we don't know. And there's other things. Again, these are more questions. I don't think there's any question about the sleep study for minors. After 2 weeks, my boys didn't get up till 9:30 yesterday. That's what I guess teenage boys do these days. Yeah. But also athletic events, other activities, games, practices within later. If we do in the school day later, you may miss more instructional time if the schools around us, if schools in Alpine or schools in Jordan Granite, JV games, if you will, For afternoon events, we may miss more instruction time. We go later than for our students. Walking home later that evening for our students. We've heard daylight savings time could end here in the state. We don't know about that. After school jobs for students and also for our employees. That's a concern, for bus drivers. Are they gonna want to work a little bit later? Same with teachers, same with coaches. So coaching later in the day. Other questions that we have, depending on which level begins and ends, it works out nice because if need be, the older kids are home to take care of the younger kids for working families. If you switch the levels around, that may not be the case. Working parents transporting children later in the morning. After school activities not associated with this district, but like piano lessons, dance lessons, things of that nature. And also one thing that we talked about a little bit last spring was just be equalizing the minutes or the bell-to-bell time at all levels. Most middle schools are in 6 hours and 50 minutes to 7 hours. Having a middle school student, I don't think that's a bad idea to have them in school more often. Elementaries are in that 6 hours and 35 minutes, a little bit less, shorter of a day. High schools do vary. A study, depending on what you wanted, the parameters we're looking at about $40,000. So it wouldn't come to you on a purchasing bid. If you wanted to do 2 studies, we could look at something like that as well. We think a study, if you told us now, we're not now, but by October would take most of the rest of this calendar year, then we should have some results to bring back to you in January or February. Then you just start to read. So with that, that's what I have there. So any questions?
Yeah, board, first of all, can I just clarify something you just said? If you want to do a second study, what would comprise one study and a second study?
I would say one could be an optimal transportation route. Try to optimize transportation services the best we can. But again, we'd want to do within the parameters you set. We did that, you remember you who were on the board, I think in 2016, we did that and just, I think it was more on our part, we just didn't communicate that out as well as we should have. And, we didn't take any of that. The second one would be, okay, we still want to optimize transportation services, but maybe, you want to split, have elementaries go first and high schools last. And how would that look?
2 separate ones.
Yeah, so something like that. Now I think we still want to be as efficient as possible in both studies, right? One was going to be a complete efficiency. The other one, we still need to be as efficient as possible because taxpayer dollars and the lack of drivers that we have out there.
So does each one of those cost $40,000?
I would think so. No, I think you could do an offshoot. It may cost 55 to 60,000 if you kind of did 2 options that way.
All right, I think everyone probably wants to give you some feedback. So really what you're asking from the board is our feedback on designing what that study would look at. Okay.
And I guess even if you want us to do it.
Right. All right, so questions, comments, should we just go around the table? All right, let's start here, Holly, and we'll just go around the table.
Well, thank you for presenting this. I know that the majority of the board would talk about that they would be interested in this. I'm hopeful that this can also be a good savings to the district also when we have 11 single routes and what that looks like with part-time employees and being able to retain employees for bus drivers and things like that. So I think it looks like there's some things to gain besides sleep and health for the kids, which is the highest priority, but also that might help us, retain bus drivers and be a little more efficient.
Yeah.
I know a few single routers. I see the bus drivers, they're parked and waiting and I think I can tell you a couple of them, but.
And just so you know, we did, some of our bus drivers did lose hours this year because we had 7 elementaries go full day kindergarten.
Yeah.
That's a priority for all of us. We know that's best for kids.
Yes.
But there were some lost hours that way, and especially if the state continues that on. So,
Well, of course, my thought would be, and I've been really vocal about this. I think that, Washington County School District, Logan, Park City, these that have looked at that legislative priority from 2019 about starting schools later to better meet the sleep needs and health needs of adolescent children. I'm very much in favor of that. Obviously, I understand there is a sweet spot, right? We want to give them their sleep and what's healthy and developmentally appropriate, but we don't want to get too late in the day to interfere with other after school activities. But that would be my biggest thing is, taking into consideration all of the research that's been done by the American Association of Pediatrics, the sleep studies, all of that, and looking at doing a start time, especially for the adolescents that's 8 or later, would be something that I'd really be interested in. And yeah, I think I'm all for this. I think it's really important. And I think that I've had other districts, actually different individuals from different districts contacting me, and a few different legislators also. And I think Canyons can be one of the first to lead the way instead of the last. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Amber?
Okay, so the last study we did, you guys just did, as I remember, well, I was a new board member, so maybe you did get input from the board. I don't know. I don't remember that. But what happened was high schools end up going earlier. So my parameter I would put on this is do not allow high schools to go earlier. Okay, in the study. And I'm fine if we do 2 studies. I like that idea. And the other thing though is, and we saw this from the survey that we just did with the 2 middle schools. Anyway, that parents really don't want to end later than 3:40. So that to me would be like the latest time I think we should end. Because you asked that question, what's the earliest start time, latest time? The other thing I would want, maybe before we even decide this study detail, I don't know if you have time to do this, but I would really like to see if Salt Lake District or Washington, if they have any data to support that going later actually made a difference. And I know it's going to be hard because COVID happened. But I would be interested in that. And maybe, I don't know, and maybe we could just ask them.
There is
That email exchanges today with, their business administrators. So just so you know, Washington starts at Washington's a little different. So they start at 8:15, get out at roughly 2:45. Washington's different. I mean, yeah, 8:15 to 2:45. They're a little unique in that they have elementary K-5, intermediate, so 6 and 7. They actually start at 7:45.
Intermediate.
And then they have 8th and 9th in middle school, and then 10, 11, 12 in high school.
later.
Their middle schools and their high schools are all built right next to each other, except for I think two exceptions. So they do put the routes consistent 8th graders to 12th graders on a bus. And then they have a common collection point somewhere between the 2 buildings. So they all drop them off at the same time, pick them up at the same time. There's two of them, he said that they do some single routes and some shared routes, but
So is which time is the 8:15? Is that both the middle school and the high school?
so everybody from 8 through 12 starts at that same
And
time.
they have a similar student population as we do. There's just like 34,000.
Yeah, they're actually even a little bit bigger than us. The problem is our schools are not next to each other.
That's true.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's
the
true.
difference. Yeah. Well, and then the difference with Salt Lake is I think all their schools start at 8 and 8:30, right?
Salt Lake,
Yeah, you go ahead and.
their high schools start at 8:45, end at 3:15. So basically 30 minutes after
45, you said?
8:45.
So 3:15.
3:15, yeah. Our high schools get out at what, 2:30?
30. Yeah.
How long do they have to be in school in a day?
Again, that goes back to that.
I know, I know.
May or may not.
So how long are Washington schools in school and how long are hours?
I don't think they have early out days either, if I remember about Washington. You do? Washington does?
So Washington
Sam Pete Norson,
Yeah.
all those guys got rid of them.
is. About 6 hours and 30 minutes. Our high schools, again, 6:30, the others go up to 6 hours and
50.
50 minutes. So ours are in longer. Aurora Canyon's the one that's 6:30, the others are 6:40 to 6. We're in school a little bit longer. than these.
Did you speak with Logan School District?
I did, just to go back to Salt Lake. So they have the 3 comprehensive high schools, East, West, and Highland. West, they really don't do much busing there. They actually, it's because it's downtown, they actually buy their students UTA. Highland and East, they do bus, so just like us. Their elementaries, excuse me, their middle schools are at 8. So basically the same time as us. And then they have a kind of a 2-tiered elementary time similar to us, where they start at either 8, some start at 8, and some will start at 8:45. So most of their elementaries are before their high schools, but not all. And I'm sure it's transportation related there, how they can.
Did you happen to ask them if they have any data to show this benefit?
I did not,
Has benefited them?
I didn't ask that.
That could be something we could come back with.
And they may not, like I said, I mean, as it was COVID, so it really,
Full data to relate it to buses.
well, no. Starting later, that helped with attendance, did that scores.
I'm just trying to be.
Who left early?
Do that kind of data. I'm just trying to think it through.
Our district keeps that data.
If we start at 8 o'clock, we're keeping data on attendance because we start at 8 o'clock.
We keep attendance district
I
wide.
know, just because we keep attendance.
Yes.
You can just compare from one year to
Yeah.
the other, yeah.
We could see what they have and how they felt about it. I know it's fairly new for both. Could see them.
Did you have any?
I think just, I mean, yeah, no, I think that's all. Thank you, Leanne.
So, well, we've done this before for configurations on 6 period, 7 period, 8 period. We've done a study to the study almost. Then we've gone out, we've researched what seems to work and what hasn't worked, and then based upon that, tried to figure out. Do these individuals that you're contracting with, or some others from a university, be able to sort of tell us about some of the parameters you're saying? If Salt Lake, for example, goes late, how many of the kids don't take the 3rd period because they want to get out and go to work? So how many kids are getting out early because they go late? And then what are the ramifications of them going late? The other thing would be is, so we're making it later, but are the kids actually taking advantage of it? Are they really getting more sleep, or are they staying up later at night? It's because we all had kids in middle school. They would stay up later at night because they didn't have to get up so much in the morning. Is there any way we can sort of take a look at, or if there's somebody to take a look and see if they're the ideal configurations and what's working and what isn't working? And then based upon that, we could then ask you the parameters to take a look at. We don't know transportation. So if sometimes asking us these questions, it's just like what I feel is good. But I'm wondering if there's some stuff that some studies out there that we can get a hold of, or somebody that we can hire to sort of do research, that we could do educated questions and ask that. Because for example, Salt Lake is later, but is it working? You know, I mean, what problems do they have? How many kids get off early, loss of education time because of sports? How many kids are working? That would be helpful. I mean, we could give you some stuff today, but I think the stuff we may be asking for may not be the right questions, and the answer to the questions may not solve the problem. So I don't know.
Just to talk to these Edulog is just the routing software. They would know this, but I think
it'd be interesting to see if there are some. I'm sure across the country there's clone districts just like us that are sort of like that, and they've tried different things to say, yeah, we tried this and it didn't work. We tried this and it didn't work.
Yes.
And to try to figure out, so we don't have to do the trial and error. We could benefit from that.
Evidence-based practice.
there's a whole national movement actually about kids sleeping longer. And I've got so much I could give as far as research goes, and they have. And that's what they have. And it's across the country. There's a website, there's this whole national movement. It has different.
But can they show data that
Yeah,
shows?
it's nice to know in those schools that are doing that, what's working and what isn't, so that we don't make the same mistakes and spend $40,000 and put another system in and out and then find out it doesn't work because we have a major problem with sports and the kids are leaving early.
Part of me said, well, do you wanna look at the community? Cause that's who really we wanna serve here is.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at what's
That's
working, you
true.
can take that to committee and say, what do you think this might work? And if it does, then we can do a study. Otherwise, we're gonna be wasting a lot of money just sort of shooting in the dark on this, I fear.
Anything else?
That's enough.
Amanda?
So I'm in favor of a study for a number of reasons. When we changed from a late start for some of the secondary schools to an early out, there were a lot of disgruntled and upset parents by that. Particularly in the Alta high school community, I heard from a lot of people that were very fired up and really pled with me to voice their concern about wanting to have a district-wide bus study to take a deeper look at things. One of the things I heard from both elementary principals, teachers, and parents, and also, versus the middle school is, why don't we flip it? Why don't we have the elementary start earlier and the kids are up and ready to go versus having the teenagers be able to start a little bit later. And part of this, I will say, I am looking at how long elementary schools are in. I don't know if it's something that's worth talking about. I have thought this for years as a parent, since my eldest that just graduated this last year started elementary school. I find it stressing that they only have 2 recesses a day. There's a part of me, it's like, what would happen if we added in another 15-minute recess? Does that put an undue burden on the teachers, or does that help them during the day and provide some sort of breathing room and allow the kids to be able to get their physical energy out more effectively? I think it helps with their mental and emotional well-being. And I don't know, just provides a breather. I wonder whether or not their behavior would be a little bit more manageable. So that's something that I would love to be able to see is what does that look like if it's flipped? What does it look like if, we extend the elementary day slightly, if they are starting a lot earlier? Anyway, just those are some of my basic thoughts on the subject. And yeah. So.
Thank you. Clarine?
Well, I have lots of thoughts on this subject, but so let me just tell you, we started later in elementary this year at the school I'm at. And they were 8:30, we start at 5 to 9 now, but those parents drop those kids off at 8 o'clock still. So we have an hour of children running around with no help and guidance. And so it's tricky. So let me just tell you, we started later in elementary.
I'm so sorry. I don't even know how this happened.
And they were 8:30. Are you recording me?
No,
that
that's
was-
our live broadcast.
Stream.
I had a text from someone. How do I see it? And I was trying to send them the
That's
link.
funny.
Clicked on, I apologize.
So anyway, so it's tricky. And I'm not really willing, I know we've talked about this before, I'm not willing to put elementary kids on the street at the same time we put middle school kids on the street. It's just not even safe. It's not safe, period. So going back to buses, I think I'm okay with doing a study for buses to see how we can optimize the buses. We did that in 2016 though, and I remember we were trying to accomplish getting full-time jobs for those bus drivers and trying to show that if we had full-time bus drivers, we didn't have so many issues with bus drivers, which would be awesome if we could do that. But we also had a lot of parent input that said, hey, we don't want you changing our school even 2 minutes. We don't want you changing our school 5 minutes. And yet now we're going to try to take the whole district and change it all the times. I'm not so sure that they're going to buy into us changing them 20 minutes and 30 minutes, especially elementary kids, putting them on the street up on the mountain in the snow. And I don't know, what's the first time we can put them up on the mountain on the snow up there? 6:38 or something when they catch the first bus.
I think our very first stops are about 6:50.
Yeah, 6:38, we're gonna put a kindergarten up there or a first grader up there trying to catch a bus in the snow. I'm not going there. I mean, I can't see any parent who would want to do that. And as far as the sleep studies go, there's plenty of things out there that tells parents what they can do to help the kids get to sleep. And I have grandkids living with me, 4 of them right now. And the later you put their morning time, the later they stay up. You say you don't have to get up until 10, they stay up until 2 in the morning. You say you have to get up at 6, they are in bed by 9. And so I get that there's a study out there. I read the studies. I looked at them too. And so, so looking at this, you asked me some options. One is that I do the bus optimize to see if we can, get full-time bus drivers, if we can figure out the routes a little better. If we're gonna take a study and put middle school first,
Elementary.
well, if elementary first, yeah, well, right, but elementary first, then middle school and then high school, is that what the thought is? Is that the thought? We're leaving high
I
school.
think he's just collecting ideas.
No, I know.
There's
I'm
no
just
thought.
asking what the thought is, though, is that elementary would go first and then secondary would go second and then high school would be going last. No, high school would be going first. High school, then middle school, then elementary.
That's what it
That's
is
what
right
it is
now.
So now it'd be high school, middle school, no, elementary and then middle, right?
Elementary, middle, high, probably.
You want it.
Elementary, middle, and then high. You're gonna put
Still
high school. being
Hammered out, right?
The latest time?
Just the idea that
That's what he's asking, what the bus study.
No, no, that's what I'm
shows.
trying to figure out because I'd like to do 2 of them. I'd rather, I like to do 3. If we have the numbers and it's just a matter, I don't know how you pick up people though. I'd rather see it, how do I say this? High schools being picked up first right now. And then secondary and then elementary, right?
in our cone, it was actually middle was first and then high school. It is, yeah.
Middle school.
I wonder if you do elementary, middle, high school, no order.
I think.
So,
for a
so
lot of reasons,
basically
high
what you're
school's
saying
gonna
is
be
a couple
last.
of options instead, how the routes are stacked.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is like, I want to see what happens if elementary gets picked up first. But we already have it if secondary gets picked up first, right?
That's what it is currently.
Yeah.
Currently.
Most people.
So really what we're looking at is if elementary gets picked up first, so there's only 2 choices to make differences in what we're comparing. And the other thing is the reason some of these other schools can get out earlier is because they got rid of early out. They just decided they weren't gonna do it anymore. It was a waste of time and waste of energy, and so they took their days and even about between Monday and Friday. And so now they can get out at 2:15 and 2:30 instead of 3:30. So not that we wanna go there, because we just went there.
Been there.
We just went there and done that, so I don't wanna go there again. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. There's a couple other things, go ahead, there was a couple of things. I can't-
Leon, listening to you, the amount of minutes or hours in a day that our students are in high school versus Washington district, I kind of starting to feel that desire to compact our days a little bit. And then I go back to our strategic plan and we're talking about high quality education. And I've just gotta believe that there's a correlation between instructional time for students and the quality of education we get. And so I'm feeling a pushback. And then the next thing I'm feeling is we seem to be focusing on the high school kids, that adolescents need more sleep in the morning. And then my brain kicks in and tells me middle school students are adolescents too.
Yeah, talking about both.
And then I listen to what Clarine says. And sticking an elementary student kindergarten, first grade out that early in the morning in the winter.
In the morning, I'm not doing.
It's not an easy deal. And then Holly, I listened to you talk about that it may help retain bus drivers. And then I also listened to Leon, who said that it would push the bus drivers later, which we might lose more bus drivers. And I'm kind of getting more and more confused the more I listen and think. And then Leon, you mentioned that you had 50 students now with the changes we proposed, opting out of what the last period of the day.
60.
60, okay.
We need the
60
numbers
students.
for what it was last year, because they were opting out last year too.
He said it was minimal. He said it'd be single digits.
But then the next question that you didn't answer, or anyway, I didn't hear you answer, is last year we had a large number of students opting out of first period.
It was 400, yeah.
And we've got, okay, 207, I think the number was.
So
And so,
instead of about half.
you know, net, you probably saved 150-ish. So, you know, if you go much later, I have concern that that's going to increase more. You made the comment that if you go later, the younger students may get home before the older students get home.
Yeah.
But if you do that, the older students are still at home when the younger kids leave for school. And so, you know, you've got two ends of the day and you can't have everything there. One thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up, and you know, I spend quite a bit of time down south of Washington County. And as I talk to people, you know, in the neighborhood there, and I ask them how they feel about the later start. One of the largest concerns I hear from parents that are homes where you have two working parents, that they now have their kids left home alone in the morning, and mom and dad have to be to work at 8 o'clock. Yeah, and so you either create a problem at school or you trust the kids if they're in walking distance to walk and get there. And maybe high school students I'm okay with. I get real nervous about kids much younger than 12 being left home alone. So to me, you've got more questions than you've got answers, right?
That's why I had all those questions.
I have more.
And yeah, okay.
Okay, so we are kind of short on time. I'm gonna suggest, and I know there's a couple other follow-ups, I'll let you say those, but I'm gonna suggest that we ask the administration to take all of this input and then come back to us with maybe a little more structured proposal for what the study could look at. Okay, all right. Let's see, Amber, you said you had one more thing, and then Holly.
Well, I just remember from when we did the study before, if it was more than a 15-minute change, no parent wanted to change. I'm just reminding us of this because there was like a 30-minute change and a 15-minute. Even though we went with a 15-minute, everyone was against it. Everyone, literally. I think there was one school that was okay with it. Anyway, because I'm just wondering, as Steve kind of made me think about this. Like, should we maybe survey parents? Because why are we even paying for this if parents don't want to switch? Do they want elementary to go first or not? I mean, maybe we should. I don't know. It's just an idea. Why don't we think about it and we can discuss it more at the next meeting?
Okay, I was just gonna mention, I have had a lot of parents, I've heard from the Alta community, I've heard from the Draper Park community about getting rid of the late start Friday. You know, and in Alta, it was Tuesday late start. I've also heard from a lot of parents about that and the importance of their kids for their sleep. So I wanted to bring that up. We talked about early outs. Washington County School District does have early outs. I've talked to their superintendent and I just pulled up their bell schedule. I think it's really important to know, actually, you know, we've been talking about this for years. When I was a middle school teacher, I went to the University of Utah for my professional development day and we were talking about brains and the adolescent brain and development, and how important it is for them to get sleep, and how their biorhythms change, and they're more alert at night and they're more sleepy in the morning. And we see that with test scores. There have been studies that show already test scores, actually, we can watch kids throughout the day, and our test scores increase the later it is in the day, and the kids that are testing first thing in the morning. So there's a ton of research out there. It is science-based. Lack of sleep is associated with all negative teen behaviors. That's eating disorders, that's car accidents, that's depression, anxiety, you name it. I know 2 years ago, BJ Weller at the microphone said if we really wanted to help the mental health, the first thing we would address was the lack of sleep. So, I know there's just a ton of research on that. I know there's TED Talks I've watched, there's a national organization. So I do think that as we move forward, we do need to be informed, and we do need to recognize this isn't just one association. It's not just the American Association of Pediatrics. It's not just, it's not just, the Utah Sleep Institute or the National Sleep. There's so much literature on this and the importance of kids and their sleep. And, as a mother of 7 kids and different ages, I do think it's important we talk about what's developmentally appropriate and age appropriate. And young children are more alert earlier in the morning, and they get tired in the afternoon. And that's why they nap when they're little bit, and the teenagers are reversed. So I just wanted to say thank you so much to Leon. Like, I could just give you a giant hug. This is something I've been asking for 2 years, and I'm so grateful that he brought it forward. I'm really excited about this. I know we have a ton of Utah legislators I'm in contact with all the time that are very interested in seeing us do this. And I'm just really grateful that we're talking about it. So thank you.
Thank you. I think Steve has one last thing, and then I think we've given a lot to the administration, and is everyone okay then if we ask them to bring this back with substance to it? Okay, go ahead.
Just really quickly, and talking with several of the teachers, a lot of our teachers use after school time to schedule their appointments, their doctor's appointments for them and for their kids. And if we don't do that, they have to take it during the day. They have to take at least a half day with sub pay to be able to do that. And so we need to watch that. My wife sees several students in mental health therapy, and it gets pretty late. Most therapists won't go too late in the day. So we have to be very careful, because we're having more and more of our kids going to mental health therapy and other stuff, and we either take them out of school or we do it after. Yeah, so it makes it really difficult. We need to take that into consideration, because it's going to affect seat time and affect subs. We don't have enough subs.
Just to piggyback on that, this is a huge domino effect. This isn't just like looking at kids sleeping. This is a huge, huge domino effect on teachers and on kids and on bus drivers and on the accounting and the families. And so we have to look at all of the pieces. So that's all I have to say.
Great. Yeah, well, the start of a very interesting and complicated conversation. So thank you very much, Leon. We'll have this come back. Last item for study session is a USBA update, and I'll turn the time over to Mont Millerberg, our representative on the USBA Board of Directors.
Okay, I know our time's well spent, so I'll try to be quick. I think most of you got the email talking about the September challenge. I will tell you that Sunday morning I got up and I have not opened Power Up since last November. I will confess, but I am not alone. I am in good company.
I was gonna say.
Because I looked at it tonight and we are at 11% complete. Yeah. That is 1 out of 9. Okay, I did mine Sunday morning. I'm the shining star. The September challenge is to become more engaged in your school community, to build relationships and take the school community council online training and quiz.
By when do we do this?
Susan gave us the training, take the quiz, and you'll have it done. I honestly, Sunday morning, went through and did everything I needed to do to qualify in less than an hour, about 45 minutes. So I would encourage you to do that. That's coming up. Our deadline is the 1st of December. I thought it was really cool the last couple of years that we had the entire board and superintendent.
On the
Hey,
wall.
we even won one time, remember?
Yeah.
We won Cafe Rio gift cards.
We did.
We did the monthly challenge and we were in the drawing and we won the drawing.
Couple of other items, the USB has been working on school board professional governance standards. And our fall regional meetings will be talking about that. I really wish they would use something else instead of an STD. The STDs are prepared with the BOD, so I wish when they put this out, they will not be using STD. Our regional meetings, I'm sorry, this is being broadcast and I'm probably offending people district wide. Our regional meetings are scheduled for October 5th at the USBA office. Mark your calendar for that. We went through the pre-delegate assembly, the delegate assembly. Amanda, I think we did just fine on those. Steve was there to the
Amazing turnout from
Yeah.
the state.
huge. And Friday evening, they actually, you can believe it, they had such a great turnout, they ran out of food. So, they are looking for the individual districts. If we have input for what we would like to have discussed, breakout sessions for the annual meeting in January. So if anybody has ideas as to what they would like to, let me know and I will get that back to them. We also have the new board member workshop coming up in December. Our very own Nancy Tingy will be presenting, as will Leon Wilcox will be presenting it, though they will take care of 2 of the 4 sessions. And I think that's about it, other than I think Amber was talking about some training video we need to do. If she wants.
Oh, well, I have to do a video about the next October monthly challenge. And I talked to everyone, but you 2 weren't here yet. Kirsten took a few pictures and I'm wondering if it's okay if I use those in the video because training is required by law and we can also check something out. And so she just completed the our. Is everyone okay with that?
Can we get a royalty if she makes any money on it?
I can talk to her.
Is that?
One more thing. I think most of everybody got these mailed out to them, so you should have it.
Yes.
I will tell you this, last year I could not make ours, and so I drove to Park City. Well worth a drive to go to the grub steak for dinner. So if you can't make ours, pick out a different one to go
I got
to.
another one, but you do need to let Richard know.
Yeah,
So
Richard
they have enough.
have the count of how many people will be there.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a wonderful study session and
it came.
5 minutes, 3-minute break. 3.5-minute break.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
Real quick,
Minute to
you'll see revisited, that's a copy for you, that's
Okay, I guess I don't need to call people to order because you've already come to order. But I'd like to begin the meeting of the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. And I want to thank all of you for participating with us either in person or by viewing the meeting online. And thank you also for your patience. We had a very full and productive study session prior to this meeting. So we appreciate that patience for us. First item is to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. And before I ask for a motion, I just want to note for the record that today is September 6th, 2022, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. So with that, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for September 6, 2022 as posted on board docs.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Eastmont Principal Stacy Kurtzals. And then Principal Kurtzals will give us some school highlights from Eastmont Middle.
Please rise. Please recite the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. President Tingy, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Robbins, and Mr. Wilcox, thank you so much for allowing me to address you this evening. Eastmont Middle School is celebrating its 50th year this year in the 2023 turnover, which is really exciting. While our building is hitting its amazing milestone, the building itself may look worn and breaking, but the energy and excitement inside is young and fresh. Our students and staff are what make Eastmont the amazing place that it is. Our school has been blessed to be an AVID, Advancement via Individual Determination school. We have worked to make our mission not only match the mission of the Canyon School District, but also match the mission of AVID to close the opportunity gap while preparing students for college readiness and success in a global society. Our teachers plan using AVID strategies in each lesson that they teach to help students find successful methods for learning the material. We have a goal at our school to become an AVID site of distinction, and we are on track to achieve that goal. Eastmont is fortunate to house an accommodated core classroom, an academic behavioral support classroom, and the Middle School Youth Academy. Our school is a place where all students feel welcome, and every student gets a fresh start every day. What you don't see and hear about is that we are currently short a teacher and 2 full-time paraeducators in those programs. The reason that you don't hear about it is because Eastmont is a family, and every student is our student. In addition to our normal duties, our administration and teachers are all stepping in to prepare lessons and to teach these classes to make all of our students successful. We've had some amazing accomplishments over the last couple of years that I wanted to highlight. Our music program has continually earned high marks at all of the district festivals. Our art students have received many awards at the District Art Festival, and we are the 2022 CSD Middle School Debate Champions. We have about 60 students who compete in our debate tournaments from our school, and about a third of them have qualified at state each year. We have been the original oratory state champions 3 years in a row, and we even have had 1 top 10 finisher at the National Middle School Debate Championship. This year, we have a goal to increase our parent involvement. We had our hot dog hello before school started, so we could give our students a chance to walk around the building and see where their classes were. This was our most attended hot dog hello in years. We've served over 600 hot dogs, which is pretty cool. And then this past week, we tried a new process that we called our Patriot Parent Partnership. We had over 100 parents attend, and we coached them on what we think they need to know to make their middle school students successful. We talked to them from an administrative point of view, and then we were able to break into grade level meetings and elective classes so that they could learn exactly what their students need to know. Our parents were extremely thankful for that information, and we've received fantastic feedback from them. Last year as a school, we noticed a decline in work completion. As I've talked to my other middle school principals, it's a consistent thing that we're hearing everywhere. To help our students be more successful this year in completing their work, we've also started a homeschool connection weekly checklist. Each grade enters their proposed work that's due for the week, as well as their elective classes, and we send that checklist home to parents every week. We also give the students their copy so they can check off things as they complete it. We find that this is a lot more successful than when we have them write in their planners because it's already in there for them and they can just use it as a tool. Our parent feedback on this communication has been outstanding, and they are very thankful for the information to support their students' achievement. I'm very thankful for our increased parent support, the work of everyone at Eastmont, and I'm looking forward to seeing it increase our student success. So as we say at Eastmont, Patriot Pride, it's inside. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful. Love to hear all the great things happening there. Thank you for your leadership there. And please extend our appreciation to your staff and the students and everyone in the Eastmont community. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, now some more great stuff. Next is recognitions. And I will turn the time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department.
President Tingy, to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyons District. Those who were mentioned tonight will receive a letter of recognition from the board and the superintendent, as well as some mementos from Canyon School District. Now, our first honoree tonight is just days away from a trip of a lifetime. Now, the third Canyons District educator to head to the stratosphere in the past 2 years is Jennifer Muir. She's from Draper Park Middle School, and she is one of NASA's Airborne Astronomy Ambassadors for 2022. She was chosen last year to attend this prestigious NASA-affiliated teacher training program. As we see here, it includes a flight to the stratosphere on SOFIA. Now, SOFIA stands for Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. In other words, it is known as the world's largest flying observatory. And it has a telescope on it that measures and detects infrared from the depths of space. The teachers who are on the flight get to see the information coming in real time, and they get to sit side by side by the researchers who evaluate all of the data they collect during the flight. Now, she is one of just 24 educators from 13 states who were selected as a AAA teacher this year. She leaves September 12th to take a flight, and we wish her a lot of luck and success and fun while she is in Palmdale, California for this adventure. Now, you may remember that Milo Mon, who now works at the Utah State Office of Education, previously at several of our high schools and here at the district office, and Hillcrest's Cleve Castleton were the first two Canyons District educators to be selected to this program. They earned their flight jackets last year. Ms. Muir will receive hers, and we're so happy for her. Our next honoree are all of us who make up Canyons School District. For the second year in a row, Canyons District has earned a spot on Forbes's prestigious list of the best in-state employers in Utah. Now, as President Tingy said in our announcement of the rankings, quote, Canyons School District truly is a wonderful place to learn, work, and grow. Now, on the list issued annually by Forbes, Canyons District ranked 16th in the state. That was among Utah's top employers. Canyons is the highest ranked school district in Salt Lake County and ranks number 2 statewide among school districts. Now, the employers on the list were identified by Forbes in an independent survey based on a sample of about 70,000 Americans working for companies with more than 500 employees across the country. The evaluation was based on direct and indirect communications and recommendations from employees who were asked to rate their willingness to recommend their own employers to friends and family. Now, employees were asked to evaluate other employers in their respective industries and state what stood out positively or negatively. So congratulations to Team Canyons for being ranked in the top 20 in Utah for America's best in-state employers for the state of Utah. Now, since our last board meeting, our schools carried on a tradition of celebrating Kindergarten College Ready Day. Here are some of the photographs of our fun events. This capped the first full week of kindergarten for our smallest students, class of 2035. Now, does that make you feel old? It certainly does make me feel old. I can't believe that that is indeed the year of the graduation for this year's kindergarten class. That is the year that they'll walk across the graduation stage. And if they hold true to their promise, they will be ready for the rigors of college and careers. And we are so excited to welcome all of these brand new students. The principals and teachers set aside time to emphasize the importance of being college ready when they graduate and to work hard every single day through their elementary, middle, and high school years, so that they could be ready to go to a university, to college, to trade training, the military, or the workforce right after they graduate from high school. You can see here that all elementary schools in the Canyons District were provided the college and college ready banner that says the class of 2035, as well as the blue wristbands that we gave to every kindergartner. On those, it says, I will be college ready, class of 2035. So go class of 2035. I will not be here to see you graduate. Oh, I'll be alive. I won't be working here. By then, I hopefully will be retired. I need to rephrase that sentence. So Canyons District also made history on August 25th, when Governor Spencer Cox visited Alta High School. It was the first during the school day visit to a Canyon school by a sitting Utah governor. Now, the leaders of tomorrow, Alta High's student body government leaders, stepped up big to host the state's chief executive. He was welcomed by Alta's award-winning drumline, the cheer squad, students holding banners, and members of the Board of Education and the superintendency. The Alta students led Governor Cox on a quick tour of the building and then sat down with him for a small group conversation. And then later in the Performing Arts Center, a large question and answer with several social studies classes. It was a fantastic event. Our Hawks put their best foot forward. And we heard from the governor that that was the first time in all of the visits that he'd been welcomed by a drumline and a cheer squad. So we were excited to hear that from Governor Cox. This group led a fascinating conversation about leadership and inclusion, and also the importance of every student feeling like they belong. And he also urged the student government leaders to reach out to every student to make sure that they felt like they had a spot there at Alta High School. If you would like to take a look at other photographs, please go to our website or our social media pages. We have a whole album of photographs as well as a video of Governor Cox visiting Alta High School. Now, we also give a big shout out to those we have recognized tonight, and the temperatures may not seem fall-like, but with the energy in the schools, there certainly is a fall time back to school buzz all around the district. And as a reminder, The annual Canyons Education Foundation's golf tournament at Wasatch State Golf Course is September 22nd, and the 13th annual Apex Awards is October 11th at Midvale Middle School. Now, this year, unlike in the past, it's been a by invitation only event because we can only accommodate a certain number of people at the plated dinner event. But this year, we are opening it up to all those who would like to attend. We'll hold a reception starting at about 6:30, and then at 7:15, we'll go into the auditorium where there's plenty of seating for all of the friends and family of our winners, as well as anybody else who would like to come and see us unveil the winners of the Apex Awards for 2022. President Tingy, thank you for this time to recognize those in the Canyon School District who have achieved at high levels, and we turn the time back to you.
Thank you for sharing all of that really great stuff with us. We appreciate it. And we know there's so many amazing things happening all the time throughout the district. We've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. While not required by law, the board designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. This time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents, and these should be submitted to the board secretary over here at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted tonight, we have one patron signed up, so time will be for 3 minutes. And it is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, and defamatory or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used in Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Thank you for your patience as I read that. And so the patron that we will hear from tonight is Sdc Peterson.
Thank you so much. My name is Sdc Peterson, and I have 2 children attending Canyon schools. I am currently on the parent review committee, if that's what we're calling it, for the life skills. And my point tonight is to ask you to please choose option 2 in implementing it, the January through March. It's not ready from my humble opinion. I know we had one meeting as a parent review committee. We have not been able to get into the lessons yet. We've just been able to talk about kind of how this is going to go and what it's going to look like and how we will be reviewing it. But we as a committee haven't had a chance to look at it. A couple of the administrators that were at our meeting on Tuesday night who have been creating this content, which is hopefully going to be great, have mentioned that it's not quite ready yet, that they need scaffolding, which may be a term of art in education, I don't know, but it's perfectly descriptive, to have some more supports in each of the lessons for English language learners and for special education students, so that there's a little more support when these lessons are being taught. And I think that that's a very worthy reason to delay, is to give them time to put that scaffolding together. Also, it hasn't gone out to the parents to let the parents give feedback and to look at it. And I think that that's really important, especially where we've come with the second step situation, to let the parents have a chance to vet it and give feedback of concerns they might have or a way they might see something that maybe the curriculum department didn't didn't look at it that way, just to be able to give the feedback. And then also for the parent review committee to allow us to be able to get through these lessons. I know it was talked about, there's like 400 lessons. And I don't think it could be ready by September or even October or even November. So I would really, really request that we use option 2 for January to implement it. I gave a reference sheet of some things that were taught today in Corner Canyon High School. And I know you say critical race theory isn't being taught, but it was today. And so I'm very concerned that also in looking at these lessons that we have some guardrails so that the teachers know what they can teach and what they can't. I think it's better to have it be done right than just have it be done. So I would request that you go with a January implementation date. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comment time, and we appreciate the time that you've taken to address the board. Thank you so much. Okay, next on the agenda are the consent items. So I will ask for a motion on this item, and please, in making the motion, list each of the individual items on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for August 16th, 2022, approval, or item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. And item E, approval of policy 300.11, school unpaid meal charges.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion?
I do. Were there a couple of the overnight travel requests that we needed to pull?
Yeah, sorry, they've been pulled
Okay.
for administrative review.
Got it. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. All right, thank you. Okay, next, we will move on to the new business items. Item 7A, Tier 1 Life Skills Supports for students beginning in the 2022-23 school year. This is a third reading with action requested. I will turn the time over to Dr. Brian McGill, Director of Student Services.
Thank you, President T and the Canyon School Board. For starters tonight, just a reminder, we're about 9 to 10 weeks into this project. Also wanted to take an opportunity at this time also just to express my thoughts and shed some positive light and love on a couple of individuals. One of those is one of my former football players at Alta High School, Jalen. I will be heading over to Alta tomorrow to be meeting with the football team to help some of our boys kind of process through some of the feelings and thoughts and concerns that they've had with regards to Jalen. But he's been in my thoughts, and I know many of our thoughts over the last couple of weeks. So just wanted to recognize him. Also, my thoughts are with BJ Weller and his family based on his health challenges that have recently come up. And just hope and pray for the best for he and his family as well. So anyway, just want to take an opportunity to express that. All right, so for tonight, giving you a board update since our last meeting, which was on August 16th, a date that's hard for me to forget. It's my wedding anniversary date, as you probably recall. And my wife has forgiven me for spending the evening with you versus her. So to give you kind of a summary, since then, we've had our MTSS team, which is comprised of multiple department directors that have gone through an extensive review process. And I've got a slide in here that kind of shows all the indicators that they're going through. My student services team as well, our specialists, as well as myself, and Chancey Lauren, our program administrator, we've been spending a ton of time reviewing through lessons. We've been kind of joking around that we've learned some new breathing techniques to help us with our own mental health and stress release as we're going through the lessons. So we've been able to apply some of that in our own personal lives, which has been good. Our instructional sports team, our teacher specialists are also going through the review process very extensively as well. We had our first parent advisory committee, as Stacy referenced, she's serving on our behalf. We held that on August 30th at Alta High. We had 15 parents that were there that evening. And I shared that presentation that we shared with the parents, with the board, as well as with our parent group. So they have access to that. Right now, we're focused on just doing edits to some of the lessons, some rewrites, looking at alignment to each of the intended learning targets. And obviously the timeline for that will be dependent upon what the decision that's made here tonight. We've also included, there's some support documents in the presentation, which I'll reference. We've got some examples of the ICANN statements and our checks for understanding our student success criteria. And then also the parent family rubric, which we were able to share with the parent group this last Tuesday night, and kind of their tasks and objectives as a group moving forward. So as of right now, or as of Friday, I should say, these are the lessons right now that we feel like are in a good spot to move forward to our instructional supports team to have kind of a final technical review, if you will. So I just wanted to give you kind of an idea of where we're at as it relates to each of the different units. This is a particular lesson that I shared a couple board meetings ago. I just wanted to highlight in there that we have the portrait of a graduate competency that's built in, that's aligned. So it shows the particular competencies aligned to the lesson and aligned to the unit. And then we've also added, you'll see the lighter purple box, the strategic initiative. And what I've asked my team to do is to go through and basically bold out the language in the strategic plan that's tied again back to the lesson and the learning intended target for each unit. So just wanted to share that with the board. All right, so field test options. So we presented Dr. Roderick Landwehr and I two options. The first of those options would be a September start date, which would be pretty quick. The second option being in January. And then as a result of our parent advisory group, we had some parents, and board member Wrigley was there with us that night. And they asked me to provide a couple of additional options looking at an October or November rollout. And part of the rationale in the discussion there was, well, I know we've written 6 to 10 lessons by unit by grade, 400 plus lessons. And so part of the comment was, maybe we could take a look at 5 or 6 lessons, right? Half the number by unit, by grade, which would give us a little over 200 to review, which we could do in a quicker time frame, thus looking at the October or November rollout as an option. The field test process, we reviewed through this in our last meeting, but that schools would have a choice to participate come January with input and feedback from the principal, the Sdc, and their building leadership team. All draft lessons would be provided. Teachers would review the lesson prior to instruction, and then teachers would send the lesson to parents a week in advance, giving parents the option to opt out and review the lesson itself. We'll collect feedback through the field test. So depending upon the start date, we'll determine how much time we have to be able to field test and adjust. And then also an important component to all of this too that I wanted to highlight is the teacher training and the teacher rollout of the curriculum. And a couple of things I just wanted to highlight there, and Dr. Roderick Landwehr and I have discussed this. But the first of those is, if students disclose, whether that's verbally or through a narrative or a journal, to make sure that teachers are referring and connecting counselors and social workers as needed with students, right? That they're not the counselors, they're not the psychotherapists in the classroom, but referring appropriately. And then also when students do happen to disclose, being able to redirect and refacilitate that discussion as well in class. Reviews by district, again, each of the different levels. These are the targets that we went through and highlighted as multiple teams of review. So we looked at the developmental targets, age appropriateness, standards of evidence, making sure it's accurate and factual, representative of all cultures, free of biases, contributes to a balanced perspective, again, accessible to all students. And I know this is what Stacy just spoke to. The longer time frame we have to be able to implement as part of the field test would give us more time to be able to provide those scaffolding options with the lesson for special ed and our multi-language learners. Looking at free of sensitive materials, which is part of the new legislation, and our parent group will be looking through that as well. And then again, the portrait of a graduate, the strategic plan tie-in, and then other notes regarding any other content or resources. So just reviewing board rule as it kind of pertains to what we're looking to implement as part of the prevention and intervention. Board rule just says an LA shall provide a school comprehensive prevention and intervention strategies as part of the school's regular curriculum, including resources and materials on anger management, conflict resolution, respect for diversity and other cultures, and social emotional learning. Another board rule that also kind of reinforces and reemphasizes this is in the educational equity professional learning. This is highlighting just on creating a positive culture and climate within each given school and recognizing and appreciating all of us as humans, despite, our diverse backgrounds and differences and lived experiences. And then the third one is just on school safety. Again, prevention and implementation to create a community of sense of participation, which again goes back to that school culture, climate, ownership, support, and responsibility of the student. And then instructional practices as well, which would include things like self-discipline, citizenship, civic skills, social emotional skills, and systematic methods for reinforcement of expected behaviors. This is an example of one of the documents that ISD has created. And we actually have this 2nd through 8th grade, but it provides the ICANN statements as well as the success criteria for each. So part of what we're looking to do as we go through the review cycle is making sure that each lesson is tied again to the intention and the check for understanding and the success criteria. So that takes time, right, to calibrate through all of that with 400 plus lessons. Wanted to share with you the family rubric, and this was shared with the parent advisory group last week. So basically we came up with a very simplified formula. So we have a flag system. Green flags indicate that things are aligned. Yellow flags might indicate uncertainty about a particular content's alignment. And then red flags would indicate content that's not aligned with district policy. We also told the parents as well as part of this, if they want to evaluate beyond, some of them asked that question, that they could certainly flag other components in each of the lessons as well. And then just showing the rubric for each of the 3 identified areas. So looking at age appropriateness, so looking at language, the examples to explain or reinforce, handouts, references, things of that nature. And again, free of stereotypes and biases. So again, looking at examples to ensure that we don't have biases written into the lessons. And then the sensitive materials component, which is new. So that is all I've got. So in conclusion, just a reminder for our board and anybody who might be out there listening, and sorry if you guys are getting tired of seeing my face. I know I've been up here like 4 or 5 times in the last couple of months. But our 5 units for life skills that we've identified, it's making responsible decisions, setting goals for personal growth, building resilience, respecting others, self, and resolving conflict, and understanding and serving our community. So those are the 5 unit areas where the lessons are focused and tied in. So to kind of bring it back, originally proposed start times, option 1 was an early rollout for the field test, option 2 being a little bit later rollout for the field test. And obviously there's pros and cons depending upon, which situation you want to look at. So September would get materials in the hands of kids and teachers sooner versus later, but January would lend itself to we as a collective group as we go through the review process, both internally as well as with our parent advisory. And ideally, we want to get the lessons published to give parents an opportunity to provide feedback district-wide. So, questions?
I was going to say, are you going to open it up for questions and comments?
Yep.
All right. Okay, board. any questions or comments on this one yes. I think probably everyone has. So how about let's just start with you, Amber, if that's all right, and we'll just go in
Okay,
order.
so I'm kind of interested in these new proposals, but I kind of want to know, can you give a little more detail? Like if we start in October, what does that mean? Does that mean those lessons will be reviewed by the parent committee by then?
So what that would mean is we would probably look at lesser number of lessons total. So kind of cutting the number in half. And then again, the review time would be sped up, right? So I would probably have to hold multiple parent advisory groups in a very short time span, which I know we could do, but it might be kind of hard on the parents too to commit to like 2 or 3 nights a week. Our parent group was great. They said they recognized the need and they said, we're willing to do whatever we need to do to get this off the ground. And we even talked about maybe some digital means to be able to kind of speed up the process as well for them to review and get feedback back to us. So.
Okay, so and then November would mean it just wouldn't be quite as rushed. I mean, you
Correct.
have many meetings, and,
yeah,
but the same kind of thing. You would cut down the lessons.
The review process is going to be the same. It's just a matter of how condensed and pressed we are for time versus giving us the time to be able to really go through the review process internally as well as with our parent group and getting information, the lessons out to our entire public community for additional comment, which I think ideally we would want to give them at least 30 days to do that. So November we could do, it would just be speeding up the review process. So.
Okay, and then just a comment, but I just continue to hear from teachers and principals that they really need something. So, and I do worry if we don't approve anything, that then we have no control over what they're doing at all. So that's just my comments.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
First, I want to thank you for the incredible amount of work and all of your team. And I really appreciated that update before we got our board docs about what happened with the parent meeting. So thank you so much. Also, super excited to see strategic initiative in there as one of the alignments. I actually had that in my notes to ask about that tonight, and you already did it. So I'm grateful for that.
We're on it.
Yeah. The one thing I will say about that, I know I've talked about this ad nauseum. I'm sorry, my fellow board members. I still do not see with our 5 kind of focal points an honesty or an integrity.
So as we're looking at the making responsible decisions units, I've actually added some language on honesty in some of the lessons.
Awesome.
But I've also asked my team if we don't have lessons explicit to honesty, that we could certainly include that in that realm.
Great.
Because I feel like students making responsible decisions coincides with being honest and
yes, that's a great place.
being forthright and things of that
That's a
nature.
great place to add it. Okay, so we can look forward to that in that section. That'll be great. And one little reminder too, I would hope in one of the lesson plans with making responsible decisions that we do talk about the case scenario when they make the wrong decision and the importance of then being honest and correcting the mistake. I think a lot of times, a lot of kids, my own children, when we go through and walk through, kind of crosswalk through a scenario and what happened, I think that's the hardest thing for kids and for adults, right? We have a hard time saying, I made the mistake and feeling ashamed of the mistake, but how important that is to move forward and learn from. So grateful for that. Okay, how many parents were invited? I know.
So we sent the email out to about 30 parents and we had cross representation across the entire district, pretty well represented, balanced. And we had 15 parents that could commit to that night. Again, the invite was sent out Thursday, the week prior, again, because I knew we had board meeting and we're trying to kind of press. And there's going to be nights that I recognize parents are going to have conflicts. So one of the things that I've done is I've reached out to our Midvale Elementary and Midvale Middle School principals, and I'm willing to go to the SCCs and allow them an opportunity to kind of hear what we shared with the parent group, and then give them an opportunity to both formally and informally provide feedback back as well. So then that way we're getting diverse representation as it relates to feedback from parents. I'll do whatever I have to do to make sure that we get that, balanced.
I love that. And that brings me to another thought is we may want to float that to the other school community councils too.
Right.
in order to get more parent involvement?
Yeah, I think once we get to a point where it's published, by all means, we definitely want principals to
Put
be
it all
working
out.
with their SCCs.
And the
So,
general parent.
because the more feedback we get, the better the product we're gonna have.
Yeah, and then how do you feel the different proposed start times will affect your parent advisory committee meetings? When you're saying more condensed meetings, is that going to be once a week? You know, for example, I know there's a sense of urgency to get this going, but say if people are excited about the option 3 start October, what does that look like? How many more parent advisory meetings do you feel would be adequate to, you know, be able to really feel like this was a well-utilized
Well,
advisory?
if we did in October or November, which you're speaking to an earlier date, we would probably look at shrinking the number of lessons across the board. So we have about 200 plus lessons that we would be reviewing. Ideally, if we want to get this out to parents, which we want to do, and have a 30-day review window to be able to do that, to get feedback and all that, we would be looking at, like if we did the January, you'd be looking at probably an end of November around Thanksgiving time to have that information ready to go. So backtracking to where we're at right now, that would give me and our teams collectively and our directors about 2.5 months to finish the internal reviews, as well as pull the parent groups together and have the time required to get the feedback and the input and the adjustments made without feeling like we're killing off our parents by having them, 2 nights a week for 2 hours, 3 hours on end. It would just allow us to be able to kind of stagger and structure the time. So
yeah, I
hopefully that helps.
appreciate that. Yes, because that was my concern is in order to do this the right way and be able to go through all of those important lenses and review process, as well as, the time I know in patron comments talking about the scaffolding for English language learners, special ed.
Yep.
I'm excited about these lesson plans. I can tell we have a lot of talent in the district and we have some really great stuff here, but how important it is not to set it out half baked or we're rushed and we're not getting through all the process that we need to is something, that I think about. I see a lot of benefits to that January rollout to be able to go through all of this and be able to use our parents and get the attendance that we need in order to do those meetings. So
I can say, being a father of a son that is in special education and receives those services, the more time that we have to be able to set those scaffolding structures up and those accommodations within the lessons themselves will help our teachers and our students benefit in the long run. So
awesome. Okay, then final question. Since you're the chair of student services, do you feel like there's some great additional aids and assistance we can give to teachers when they come up with conflicts in classrooms? I know every teacher, when there's conflicts or something arises in the classroom, doesn't matter if it's elementary, middle, or high, the teacher is going to intervene. There's going to be some discussion. Do you feel like we have adequate, assistance in place right now at this time and some training and things that the teachers would feel confident until we get this where we need it to be, that they have some supports that way as far as, discussion starters, if a conflict arises or inappropriate comment or, kids.
Yeah, well, I will say, when Second Step was pulled, our teachers and administrators did have to come up with some creative ways to substitute and fill the gap, right? And so they've been doing that. They did that most of last year. And, by not having this ready at the start of this year, they're continuing to move forward in that regard. So moving forward, we want to put forward our best foot as far as the product and the quality and the reviews and getting feedback from parents, which again, the more time we have, the more realistic and the better approach and design that's going to be. So
yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Wrigley?
I appreciate you and our staff. This has been a Herculean event trying to put this together. When Second Step was pulled by the board in the district last year, we sort of put the system into crisis in the middle of the year. Principals were really sort of concerned. Teachers were concerned as to what was going to happen. The schools have sort of filled that void with their own particular programs, but we may have 29 or 30 individual programs advised by the schools that we don't have any control over right now, which puts the teachers and the principals at jeopardy if they pick something or say something that they are not being supported by the district because it's not a district program. I was excited to see the parents. The parents on this group are from all spectrums. It's pretty good group. The teachers, there are two teachers there, and both the teachers sort of expressed the concern that they need something now. There was some concern expressed, well, but the time it's going to take the teacher. I think you said of this is there's actually about 10 minutes for the lesson, and the other scaffolding that goes with it, but once a week. So it wasn't a lot of time, and the teachers are now going to take time to put their own lesson together and worrying that if they say something or do something, they may get criticism for it. So protecting our teachers. In reviewing this, we had a lot of comments on all sides. One of the things, and you did present tonight, the state, when it started building bridges, it didn't wait till they can put all bridges together on the freeway. They spent a lot of time in building that one bridge, and then they learned from that bridge and built the other bridge. I think moving to a system where we sort of chunk it does a couple things. First off, it allows us to get out the parents. If the parents like the model or don't like the model, we have time to change it before we do all 400. If there are certain things we need to tweak, we could tweak those. I hate to spend so much time on something to come back and say, no, you need to redo all of them. We do need time to go through the process and get input. I think that the parents in that group are really excited. They understood that they needed to do this quickly. And then we get it out to the rest of the parents. We understand the process. It goes to our instruction committee, puts it together based upon ideal programs and they're all their knowledge. Then it comes to the parent group. The parent group will review it based upon your criteria. It'll then go out for general public comment. Is that correct? Then after the general public comment, the schools will choose if they want to implement the pilot program.
Correct.
If the schools and the SCCs choose to implement the pilot program, then they will go ahead with the pilot program. That information will be put on the Canvas program, those lessons on the Canvas for the parents to see, and that the parents will get, so they'll know what's coming. They'll also get a handout before the week ahead of time telling them what's coming, and they'll be able to see the program, and they're able to opt out of the program if they don't want to be in it. I think we've given them almost every option possible. But the other question I have is, and I'm doing stuff in graduate school, if you're talking a pilot program, first off, you don't want to do the whole thing. You sort of play around with it and check to make sure what's going, because I don't want to spend all my time on something or a hypothesis that's not working. If you go January to March, you got 3 months. You're going to have 400 lessons that people are going to have to take a look at, which is a lot to do. And you won't have much time to test it. You have 3 months to get it out there and to test 400 lessons. If you split it out, you have 5 to 6 months that they can go out there and actually give feedback, and parents could give feedback on. And then you could then modify your lessons in just in time. In many cases, modify it and say, this particular thing isn't working or whatever. I'm thinking that perhaps November through March may be realistic. If the student, the parent advisory committee can finish sometime in between now and you're trying to get the projects done, some of them.
Yeah, so we're still going through internal reviews right now. So it's interdependent upon how fast we can get that done. I can tell you that it's not just my team, but it's been a collective effort through multiple departments. A lot of hours being invested outside of work time, weekends, things of that nature to try to speed up the process. And credit's got to be given where it's due. And that's our collective efforts as a district. It's not just me, it's not just my team, but yes, we have a lot of eyes and a lot of individuals with great knowledge and expertise reviewing through this. And quite honestly, as we've gone through them, like there is some good high quality stuff in there and I'm excited about it. I just want to make sure that it's, I know Dr. Roderick Landry has high standards. I have high standards. We want to make sure it's everything it needs to be, before we put it in the hands of kids and teachers. So.
Even if we chunked it into 100 lessons and 100 ready by November, that should give a smaller group to go out, get the parents more. You can't look at 400 lessons as a parent and give input.
Right.
It's going to take a long time. Right. Give them smaller time. It gives us, and then you can continue building each month.
Right.
And that then goes to the parent committee that month. And then that goes to the review or whatever, so that everybody has a chance on that. And what we're trying to take a look at is just enough lessons, not 400 lessons, but enough lessons that they can pick from. I really have concern about waiting too late. I think we have some issues on what's being taught out there. I don't think it's all good, but it's just not, it's not structured like your program. It's not gone through all the rigor that it needs to happen. And they're not going to do anything. The teachers are really asking for something. I've talked with several principals about this. The principals have said, I would much rather have something going through the district, even if it's not a pilot stuff and reviewed by parents and everything, than just using something that I've come up with. So I'm leaning, I think October is going to be too crowded since we're into September. But maybe getting out the first couple lessons in November, which should have enough time to go through that process and still gives us about 5 months to methodically go through this, do a pilot. My concern is if we wait too long, we have another program to start next year with high schools. And if they're spending the entire summer starting to finish this off to implement next year, we're not going to have enough time for our high school program, and that'll be delayed a whole other year. And our high schools are having one of the highest behavioral issues in the state. So we really need this and hopefully get it to them before they graduate.
Yeah, and part of the reason why we use the summer for the creation is teachers are off contract. And so we were able to not overload them during the school year so that they could actually use the time to create and get compensated for the time that they put in. So if this structure works and we find success with it, I would envision, obviously Dr. Robbins would need to provide input, but looking to establish a similar workflow and work process and work groups next summer, focused on 9-12, so we could have the schools that have advisory in that utilize the curriculum as part of that. So
yeah, so I'm leaning towards November through March. I think we have the ability to be able to meet all the safety requirements of making sure this curriculum is reviewed by parents, and at the same time meeting the address of the principals and the teachers and getting in their hands. We told them we'd have it this school year, not the end of the school year, but this school year, because we thought we'd just take something off the shelf. That's not going to work in today's society. So we need to get them to it as soon as possible.
Finish?
More than
Okay. All right. This is exciting. Yeah. So I realized I forgot to see if the superintendent had anything to add before comments. Are you okay if we just interrupt a little bit and let him? Okay, thank you.
So just a couple of things. First off, thank you, Brian and Amber, to their teams. As mentioned, this is a very heavy lift by all, and I certainly recognize that, and I appreciate the parent advisory group getting off the ground and that functioning as well. So talking with our cabinet level team and really looking at this, I think there's a couple of things to consider as you decide which direction to go. I think everybody is right. There's not a wrong here. The need is there. We've seen that through all the data, discipline data that came out of last year. I do think we're probably off, this is anecdotal, we're off to a better start this year. I don't know what to exactly pinpoint. It feels like a better start. I don't know if it's just because it's, we're coming out of the pandemic. But I think it's important to recognize, first off, that this is one element in addressing our students' behavior and their overall achievement. And I think the bigger picture with the strategic vision, with the work that's happening with PLCs, the work that's happening with school safety and addressing student behavior, this is all interconnected. And so I think, hedging on this solely being responsible to improve student behavior is probably a little bit of a misnomer. It really is going to require hard work and a shift in culture, not just a structural change that our parents and our community, really engage in. Like we've talked before, over the last 2.5 years, through the pandemic and the crisis, we've essentially said, for students to stay home if they had even the slightest cough, right? And now we're trying to re-engage. And all of those fault lines that we've talked about have had an impact on behavior. So this is multifaceted. There's a lot to this that comes with that. I think we talked about this a little bit before, and I, essentially was arguing for an earlier release. But the more that you look at this, is 4 months really going to make the difference? especially in getting this right and to a place where our team feels like it's polished well enough that we can roll it out in a fashion that really is going to be utilized the way that we want it to. The one thing that was brought to my attention, this issue with batching, remember, this is more of a plug and play menu option. We're not rolling this out in a sequence that's lockstep with schools. It's really based on schools' need. And so if we batch it, that may limit, while it will provide probably a great resource to some schools, others that may be in a different place may not utilize it as much. So that's kind of the issue with batching. And then I think kind of going back to Brian's point too, just on the compression and the transparency issue, by compressing it, it's probably going to be less transparent. And that's not saying that I don't have full confidence in this team to make it happen. What I've seen already, it is very high quality, but I think understanding where we've been with this and the opportunity that it provides the district going forward, I think a little more time to get the advisory committee rolling, to get it more transparent out there for parents and the public to see, just is setting us up better for success would be my recommendation.
Thank you, and I apologize for not giving you a chance sooner, but go ahead. Let's continue. Mrs. Oakes.
Brian, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody and staff who's been working so hard, and to the parents that are willing to serve on this committee. It's not an easy task. It takes a lot of time at a very busy time of the day. So I have a few things going through my head. One is I've read and reread a lot about Hattie and effect sizes in the classroom of what makes a difference. And I wish that we had more data or access to data about what kinds of interventions make the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to mental wellness in the classroom and behavior. And I don't know what we can do. I understand in talking to professionals that there are some pieces of data out there that we could actually take a closer look at. They're mostly associated with those in who work in therapy and are psychologists. But I think, I don't know, I just am looking at this from so many different angles. I recognize that we desperately want to get something in the classroom right away. But 10 minutes a week, similar to what the superintendent was saying, is only one piece of the puzzle. And I want to better understand the puzzle as a whole. So I have a very large overarching concern, and you addressed it, and that is to make sure that our teachers are effectively trained when it comes to disclosure and what that looks like. I want every parent in our district to be able to rest assured that their kid is not going to be subjected to therapy in the classroom by somebody who's not trained to do that. And for the teachers to be effectively trained in understanding how to be able to navigate that, I think is actually a little bit tricky, because for years they've been taught about trauma-informed practice, about the need for every kid to have an adult that they feel like they can trust, that cares about them. I think that those lines can get easily blurred, well-intentioned, but can be blurred. And for them to have the lines of delineation for themselves really clear, I think is critically important for us to be able to do this right. That's one thought I have. The other is that I think, some question has been said, and you addressed this too, about making sure that the parent group is more representative of the district as a whole, and it's equitable in that way. One thing that comes along with that is sometimes it makes it harder for working parents to be able to attend those meetings. And I want to make sure that it is accessible to everyone so that we have the right kind of representation, that everybody can participate. So that's something that's going through my head too. I am intrigued by the idea of fewer lessons coming out more slowly, if necessary. But Dr. Robbins kind of touched on a lot of the similar thoughts I have. I'm leaning towards option 2. If we're going to do this, I want to do it right. I don't want to turn our back on the schools by any measure, but I also don't think that they want anything that's half-baked that could subject themselves to a lot of criticism and difficulty later
that they definitely don't want to be running into. So those are kind of my thoughts. I really appreciate your help.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold? Okay, so recently having gone back to the classroom after 2 years of being out of the classroom, I was told that it was going to be really, really hard. It was really going to be difficult. Kids weren't going to listen to me, blah, 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 blah. I want you to know it's not true. It's just not true. And I'm kind of mad right now, to tell you the truth, because I'm going to tell you a story first, okay? So my son was out hauling hay with his grandfather, and I did not know that my son had learned some swear words at school. Had no idea. So his grandfather calls me up and says, "You need to talk to this boy, because while he was hauling hay today, he dropped a bale of hay and he said this swear word." And I said, "Hey, we don't say that swear word." And then when he actually rolled off the wagon once and landed on his bottom, he said this swear word. "We don't say that swear word." And he said, "So I need you to talk to him." And I said, "You know what? We don't say those swear words in my house either. They learned them someplace else. However, I'll talk to him." So I went to him and I said to him, "Hey, did you say these words?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Why did you say them?" And he goes, "They sounded like they were the appropriate word at the appropriate time." And I said, "Well, you know, you can't say those around your granddad, and please, for sure, don't say them at school." And he says, "How in the am I supposed to know which words to say and not say if you don't tell me what those words are?" And I just feel like at that point, I'll finish the story, we wrote down all the swear words we could come up with and gave him the list and said, "Please don't use these words." Because he had no idea which words were swear words and which words were swear words. And that's kind of how I feel right now. I feel like teachers don't know what they can do right now. They don't know what swear words they can use and what swear words they can't use, because we've gotten that confusing. One program does not make or break a classroom. I'm sorry, 10 minutes a day or a week, 10 minutes a week is not going to make or break a classroom. And we have all the time, and I am going to swear. I swear I am. I'm not. I'm going to try not to. We're the board. We have all the time in the world to put this together. But I really believe we need to give the teachers and the administration and the cabinet some direction here. When a teacher gets pushed, they need to know what they can and can't do about that. I could tell you what I would do about that. You probably wouldn't like my answer very well. But I think that while we're trying to figure out what curriculum and programs don't change things, it's the people in the classroom who change them. So we need to give them something. So we used to have rules. I'm sure we have rules posted. We used to have consequences. I'm sure we have consequences posted. I called 8 parents the first 3 days of school and brought them in and said, "What do you want for your student?" I didn't wait until parent conferences. And this is what they told me they wanted for their students. One student was talking out 40 times a day. And I said to the parent, "What do you want me to do?" And she said, I want him to call me. And I said, "When? The 3rd time or 4th time?" "The 4th time." And I said, "Well, okay, but understand if he's talking out 40 times, he's going to call you 10 times at work." She looked at him and said, "You better not. You better not." And that was the end of that. We're down to 3 times a day. And when I say 4th time, he looks at the phone, he looks at me, and that's the end of it. So, and awards, and I know that we do that. So I'm back to thinking through this process. So is the administration's hands are tied, or are we tying the hands at the cabinet? Whose hands are we tying in this district that the teachers can't get their classrooms under control? And by the way, control is not really the word I want, because you can't control anyone. It's kind of like this imaginary thing out there, but you can
work with them, adjust things, manipulate things so that those kids buy into you and buy into what you're doing. So I think we need, Madam President, a little bit different conversation too, and I don't know when that is, maybe tonight's night, about with the superintendent about what can we have, how do we turn loose, or what can we do about the issues with discipline, which I know is not the exact word I want, or consequences for what's going on in the schools. Because I think that they say if there's a fight, you can't stop it anymore. You can stand outside and watch the kids fight, but you can't touch anybody. I mean, there's like all these unwritten rules out there that not everybody even, I don't even know all the unwritten rules. I just sit there every day and have people tell me what all these rules are that aren't even written anymore and what you can and can't do. And so because you don't know what the swear words are, then you don't know what you really can do. Or what the law is. For example, if somebody pushed me, I would suspend the kid immediately. I would call the parent and say I suspended the kid. And then I'd go to the principal and I would say, I suspended the kid. I expect you to support me. And then hopefully that principal would support me, or I'd go to the principal and together we would decide to suspend the child. And then decide what the other consequences are, right? But I don't know that we all know what those swear words are. I think we need to figure those out to help us out, to help the behavior in the classrooms, to help what's going on out there. I don't want to rush the lessons because I don't think a lesson that is 10 minutes long once a week is going to totally change everything. I do think that there needs to be a due process with parents. I think that the parents need to read the lessons. I'm in the middle of a pilot right now and I don't even know what I'm piloting. And on top of that, we have teachers in elementary trying to learn the new Wonders program and trying to wade through that. We have teachers in elementary still trying to do, I wanted to call it walk to read, it's not, the letters program. And then now you want them, I mean, I get it, it's only 10 minutes, but you know, that 10 minutes sometimes is what throws you over. It just emotionally throws you over because it's one more thing. So I would rather have like the school do one little thing a week for 10 minutes over the intercom and then have everyone try to practice it or put it together for the week rather than having them try to manipulate. I don't know how many lessons you're talking about, 28 lessons at 10 minutes. I guess that's not very many, but for you, that's a lot. And then on top of that, I'm mad that you are having to do work on your weekends and being away from your family and having to do work after work and being away from your families, and that we're not paying you for all that overtime and overwork and being here until, I don't know, 1 or 2 in the morning too. It's wrong. What happens to your social emotional being? I'm sorry. I apologize for what I've done to you all summer long. And now I apologize too for what we're doing to you now. It doesn't have to be done in January. It can be next January. It's not going to turn everybody's lives inside out, upside down, 10 minutes a week. So, Madam President, once again, I don't want them doing overtime. I want them to stick to their time. And if they use a half an hour every day and it takes us 6 years, then they can use a half an hour every day and use 6 years to get these lessons together. What else did I want to say on my chart? That would be it. Thank you.
Could I just address one of the things that Clarine asked about regarding discipline?
Well, yeah, and I was going to mention that as well, because
Okay.
she kind of asked, and that's a completely different discussion
Yeah,
that
I was
I
just
think
gonna
the
say
board
that
would ask
We,
the administration come back and,
yeah, well, we actually addressed that with the principals last Thursday as part of our leadership. Under the advisement and direction, of Dr. Robbins, he asked me to bring an update on discipline. We went through all the level systems, what principals can and can't do. Ideally, I mean, ultimately it comes down to the psychological safety and welfare of students and staff, right? When we need to incorporate discipline. And then we're doing that training with assistant principals this Thursday as well, and walked them through case scenarios of what to do. And I also let them know that they can call and consult with me if they have questions at any given time on a particular situation or incident, something of that nature. And I'd be happy to share that presentation with the board. So.
okay. Yeah, so if that's something we're interested in having as a report from the administration at a future meeting. Anyone opposed to that? Okay. All right, Mr. Millerberg.
Brian, well, maybe first. I will tell you that I have a similar story to what Clarion gave you about hauling hay. Except I was the kid, my grandfather took me out to haul hay. I didn't teach him any new word that went the other direction. And you know what? He was a great person, and I still use those words. And I may even use some now that people will scratch their head. Listen carefully, okay? Brian, I want you to know, number one, I trust you. I trust Dr. Robbins for selecting you to head up this monumental effort. And I will be looking for your recommendation. You've got to feel like you're trapped right between the proverbial rock and a hard spot.
Yeah, I got broad shoulders. It's all good.
Because, you know, you've got something, I mean, this is important stuff. Pure and simple, bottom line is this is important stuff. And we need it right now. But I think Holly used the term half-baked. And that was in my notes too. And, you know, I like to mess around in the kitchen. I like to cook stuff. And I've taken a cake out before that was half-baked. And I cut a piece out of it. And I thought, that's not done. And I shoved it back in the oven. You want to guess how that worked out for me? We can't afford to put this program out half-baked. Pure and simple, it doesn't work. You know, you look at what we went through for the last couple of years with Second Step. Probably 95%, maybe even more of Second Step is really good stuff. But it had a couple of those things in it that her grandson learned on the hay wagon, you know? And so what you're doing needs to be thoroughly vetted. But it's important, and so we need to have it fast. Steve used the word quickly. And so somewhere out there, you know, we've got to get it done quickly. We need to have it done right. And, you know, you've heard me use this term before, and you probably know where I'm going with it. We need to have it done fast. We can't afford to have it done half fast. Separate the words, you're okay.
Thanks, Mom.
Okay.
Now I want your recommendation.
Can I make a couple comments first? And then, so thank you so much. I'm really grateful that you had such a productive meeting with the parent group, and
We actually got an applause at the end. So I think
Well,
that's
sweet.
positive,
That's
right?
nice.
That means something.
yeah, that's great. But, and you said that you invited 30 parents and about half came, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I have a clarifying question on the process. are you expecting, say you had all 30 parents engaged and working on this, you're expecting all 30 parents to review every lesson, or are you willing, if chunking up the
Yeah,
lessons
so-
is hard, can you chunk up the group of
Yeah,
reviewers?
and that's what we're planning to do. So basically, we would take each of the units and put like 2 or 3 parents on each unit, and then they would go ahead and review through that particular unit for
Mhm.
all grade levels. That way, it's not putting all the lessons with all the parents and, just increasing the time, right? And the requirement and not to mention the pressure on the parents themselves, right? So just trying to be efficient and manage the process that we can get the end result that we need. And certainly as we had discussion, if parents want to flag other, content areas, they're certainly welcome to do that. So, but yeah, we've thought through that process and we basically have, separate groups and have our directors help facilitate that process with each of the groups. So.
Okay, and then I really like your willingness to take a look at, fewer lessons. I mean, there's nothing wrong with phase 1, phase 2, right? In my mind, and that's not really chunking them. It's just you have some that have completed the quality of vetting process.
It's taking your top of the
top,
top, basically.
The what?
The top of the top as far as lessons go.
Are the ones, that are most far along in the baking process, right?
Yep.
And by the way, I like half-baked cookies. Cake doesn't always work out so well.
That's where I thought Mont was going with this half-baked
Yeah.
cake, that he likes kind of raw cake,
Came to
but
my
he didn't
mind.
go there.
Yeah. And then, but as so many or almost everyone has said, we are kind of stuck in kind of this, trying to find this sweet spot between, of timing and balancing timing and need. And I don't know that there's an answer, but, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned is a significant part of this whole process is the opportunity for teachers to actually teach the lessons. And I guess I'm a little bit worried if we wait too late in the year, there aren't going to be that many opportunities for the lessons to actually be taught as part of the field testing. And so I'm just kind of also thinking things through with the parents and schedules and things. And really, if you look to a January one, the work needs to be done before the holidays set in. And so in my mind, that's not really giving you a lot more time if it's the public end. And I know in the past with curriculum adoptions, when we've had the 3-week window for parents to review it over the holidays, it's been a little bit challenging. And so I don't know. More isn't always better. I'm going to be cliche here for a little bit and can't let the perfect be the enemy of good, right? I mean, all of those kind of things so I guess I want to just ask, and I am interested also in your recommendation, but with the November rollout, really, I mean, could it be like a post-Thanksgiving start, which would give 2 or 3 additional weeks in a classroom? It would make it so that people aren't having to quote unquote work over the winter break, and it's still kind of a November timeline. That to me, that gives you 2 months to get this process really.
Yeah, it would give us about 7
not
weeks
accomplished, I think,
before we,
in 2 months.
if we're putting it out to the public and wanting to provide them with that 30-day review, we'd be looking at about a 7-week review process to hammer it out.
So you're thinking they wouldn't be available for public view until after the parent.
Correct. Yeah. I
The
mean, we want to
parent
get as
committee
much input and feedback
completes.
through both the internal reviews process as well as our parent advisory committee before, we go to publish them. So.
And could that be like a rolling schedule?
Rolling schedule as in
when they get completed a certain, again, it's kind of batching a little
we
bit,
could do that. Yeah.
but at least just for public review, not in the classroom.
Right.
I guess is saying, but anyway, those are just kind of my thoughts. And I think there were a couple other board members that had follow up on things, Mrs. Nybauer and then Mrs. Arnold.
A few more questions. We have their different optional start times, but the same end time. If we're concerned about having more time with these lessons in the classroom, couldn't we do January through May instead of January through March? What was the thought process about ending in
We
March?
could, but bringing forward like a full adoption proposal, we were looking to do that to the board, like in the spring, like late March, early April. That's why it's got March listed in there.
So could we still do that, but then just delay the full adoption? Like even if it was January to April or something and do it in May? I mean,
Yeah,
we
we were
have,
just thinking through third readings and 3 board meetings, just looking at the time frame for that and the end of school.
before summer hits.
Yeah,
I see.
exactly.
Okay.
So.
I really, really like the idea of trusting the process and making sure that we're true to the process. I really like the idea of building confidence and trust with our parents and providing ultimate opportunity for transparency. I know I met with Indian Hills Counseling Department last year, and they're kind of the nucleus of all counselors in our district. All of them started there. They have some amazing little lesson plans and things that they have done. And I know that they've shared those out, and a lot of schools are doing that. When we're talking about how teachers can resolve conflict or redirect if a student says something inappropriate, and we're concerned and worried about getting this in the hands of teachers. I just go back to the question of, is there some extra training or things that we can do with the teachers in the interim, in the meantime? I do believe that as we went through what happened last year, that time and process will only be good. And my concern is if we roll this out too quickly, I use the term half-baked, but I also worry about buy-in. And I worry that if you've got a busy mom who works and is running to soccer practice and doing a million other things in the evening and doesn't get a chance to look over the lesson plans and gets a text from a friend, did you know they're doing the SEL? And all they have in their mind is second steps SEL, and they don't have the time. My concern is how many parents will be opting out, and then we're not rolling this out with what it should be, which is everyone's participating, enjoying, and then teachers are concerned about what's the alternate activity they're doing with the kids who are being opted out. I know plenty of parents that if they don't get the time to review, they will just opt out. I hear from them. I get emails from them. And I think that that's a real life possibility. If they don't have the time to review, they're just going to opt out because they're worried about what they're not seeing, even though there's some wonderful things in these lesson plans. So that's something I wanted to bring up. The last thing is kindergarten and first grade isn't on this list, but it has been in our previous meetings. Are we still considering doing the wonders with kindergarten and first?
Still looking to move forward with that. And Dr. Roderick Landward's team has kind of taken the lead on the K1. So if you have questions directed specifically to that, she would probably be best to answer.
Okay.
That,
So I expect we will have a future board meeting because as a board, before we say, yes, go ahead with wonders, kindergarten first, we'd really want to be able to review that. Okay. And then are we also going to have that 3-week time for parents to review as well before we would adopt that?
So just to clarify with the parent review, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, we have our parent advisory group that are reviewing all of the lessons very in depth. Once every review process has been completed, the writing team leads are then taking all of that feedback and reorganizing the lessons. So that's the part that takes an awful lot of time because there's the alignment, incorporating all of the feedback and so on. At that point, when we move forward with the field test, whichever option it is, all of those lessons become public during the entire field test. So it's not necessarily a 3-week or a 30-day, it's ongoing. And then the 30-day comes into the full proposal, which would happen in spring, March, April, May, at some point, depending on where we land here. It becomes open as a full curriculum for that feedback as well in a more finished product. So the feedback is consistent and ongoing. It's just at different junctures and in different forms.
Okay, so that brings me to another question. Then I have another question about wonders. So if you're saying that's the case with this field study option,
how much time do parents have to view it before it's taught in the classroom? Because you're saying it's not going to be before. It's not going to be 3 weeks before you have a 3-week time period, is what you just said.
We could do that, but what we had gotten direction from you all previously was that that becomes available to all parents, and then they're notified by the teacher what lessons are being taught in advance so that they have an idea, an opportunity to see the actual lesson before it's taught in the classroom.
Okay.
Because as Brian and Dr. Robbins have mentioned, not all teachers are starting in the same place because they'll be choosing the lessons that meet their students' needs
Mhm.
during the field test.
Okay, so I know I, for one, would want the parents to have 3 weeks before anything's taught to be able to look through it. So then with the Wonders curriculum, I understand the parent advisory committee is not looking over that, or are they?
They will ultimately. Mhm.
They
They'll be
will.
looking at all of the lessons, either in the half, the 200 that Brian mentioned, or all of them.
Okay.
So those will be included in the parent review as well.
Okay, since it wasn't on tonight's document, I was thinking maybe we're doing a different process. So
But the
that's
2
part
through
of
8 reflects the lessons that have been written
Mhm.
by all of our teams.
Okay, but then Wonders will also be reviewed by the
Correct.
parent advisory committee.
Correct.
And then we will get a chance to, okay. Okay. Well, I think, I mean, Dr. Robbins spoke about this and other board members. I think there's quite a few of us that are interested perhaps in not just having a real-time review with parents at the same time the night before it's being taught or the week before, but there would be a longer time period. So sounds like maybe we need to discuss that further. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Arnold? I love your work. I just am at the whole process. So, Madam President, I really would like to suggest that we try to not work these people to death, and that we maybe look at, delaying the dates a little bit to give them some more time so we don't work them to death. But I too had a question about the lessons that you guys are doing right now. Are there middle school lessons? Because the other lessons are pretty well done in Wonders.
Yeah, so we're doing kindergarten through 8th grade across the board for all the units.
So these 400 though we're talking about aren't just the middle school ones, they are the ones through.
Yeah, it's K-8. It's the entire volume spanning 5 units, 6 to 10 lessons times 9 grades.
Okay. So back to Nancy's question then, a way to maybe put out some of them this year and then maybe some more next year so that you guys don't work yourselves to death and people could review those, like maybe one every other week instead of one every week for this year and then work on the others? Or is it just better to kill yourselves now and get it over with and get it done? I mean, I'm worried about you. I'm seriously worried about how much time you're putting in. And then you still have your other job, the one that you were really under contract for that you're supposed to be doing. I mean, I can't imagine how you're getting this all done and then getting out to the schools and getting out to the people and getting out to the counselors. I know you're a Superman, but I'm worried when I'm thinking about all of this and trying to push it faster. And it doesn't do us any good, for you to not be able to accomplish what needs to be accomplished on all fronts for the district, right? So I don't know. I'm thinking maybe half what I'm thinking is there a way to do, like you said, less lessons, maybe every other week, get those done, and then next year turn over the rest and then have the parents do the rest again. And then they're out there and we know what they think about the first set, and then we can go on to the second set.
Thank you. Mr. Milliberg?
I am going to become repetitive, okay? Number one, I still trust you. Number two, you know what you're capable of doing. I don't know what you're capable of doing. I would like to know what your recommendation is.
Well, I would say, as Dr. Roderick Landward and I originally looked at all of this, looking at the time frame, January was kind of the target that we initially thought was a doable process. And now that we're into it and we're working expediently fast and yes, investing a lot of hours into the process, I just feel like that would give us ample amount of time to pull the parent advisory groups together to where they're not feeling, two or three, meetings a week, right? To press. I mean, I'm willing to do that. And I know the parents are willing to do that, but we still have internal reviews that we've got to complete. We're doing rewrites and edits. And even realistically to look at a 5-6 month project of creating a curriculum and rolling it out is like extremely fast. So the more time that we have internally as well as with the parent advisory group, the better. But at the same time, we recognize that there's a need, right, that our students and our teachers, and that was strongly presented at our parent advisory group by a majority of the parents, is that, our kids and our teachers need something and they need it now. But at the same juncture in time, they've also been figuring out a plan to work through that all of last year and the start of this school year. So, Amber and I have high standards, and if I think we kind of had it our way, it would be looking at a January start to give us maximum amount of time to review and get the product to where we feel it needs to be. And as President T talked about the holidays as well, right? Trying to get a lot of this work done prior to, say, like Thanksgiving recess, so we can post and publish and give parents, a month plus to be able to provide feedback, and then we have to make adjustments on that feedback as well, which takes time. So it's a pretty involved process. And our team has been amazing. Like I said, we've got a lot of directors and specialists that have invested hours and hours and hours of time. I've been very impressed with the time commitment. So, because we recognize the need, right? We want to try to get it done as quick as we can because we know there's the need, but at the same time, we want to roll out a high quality product, and that time frame would allow us the opportunity to do some reviews. So,
Brian?
Yeah.
I still trust you and I'll accept your recommendation for January.
Can I make a motion? Yes, I was just going to say this item is for possible action. So a motion would be in order. Can I just maybe give a hint, or not a hint, but some ideas that in the motion, I think it would be helpful to identify, because really what we're approving is a process. We're not approving the actual curriculum and lessons. So just a reminder on that. Okay, a motion is in order.
I appreciate the preparation. Also trust Dr. McGill, and I'd like to make a motion that our field test option and process would be option 2 starting in January.
And I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Okay.
Is
I was
there
going to ask
discussion?
if she could add to the motion.
Okay, so discussion to the motion, and you would like to make a substitute motion?
Or have her add to the motion, whichever. So they have it ending in ending in March, right? I would like it extended to the second meeting in April that we have, allowing more time for it to be piloted. And even if we, I'm just discussing, right? Even if we didn't agree upon it until June, that still gives teachers ample time during the summer. Not that I want them to work in the summer, and I just had a fit over that, but to at least look through the lessons before they start in August, which is plenty of time to review those. So I'd like it to be extended to maybe the second meeting in April to come back to us and review it.
what she wants to do. Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and then in the discussion, there was a request to amend the motion. So if the maker of the motion wishes to amend it, that's fine. If the board member making the suggestion for the change would like to make a substitute motion, that's appropriate as well.
I'm happy to amend the motion and entertain clearing. I was thinking around the same thing when I was asking about changing the end time. As long as Dr. McGill, do you feel like we're your team?
Yeah, we
That's
had
enough
talked
time?
about March or April. We just
Okay.
threw March in there just because it gives you guys more time before the end of the year. And so April works for us as well.
Okay,
And it gives more time for the field test, feedback. So.
great. I'll amend my motion for option 2, starting in January, ending the second week in April.
Okay, so essentially that's our current motion. And is there a second to that motion?
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now I will invite any further discussion to the motion. Mr. Wrigley.
I play a mean game of cards, but I don't have a hand in this game. I'm just really concerned. I'm hoping that we can start by January. Our teachers and most of our parents told us they didn't really want the second step gone, but we had to get rid of it because of the issues that were around it. I'm just really concerned we could take us almost an entire year to get another program in place. I understand and that process, and I'll support the process of the board. But I know our teachers are they're upset. They really, need us to provide something for them. So if you're thinking that January is going to work, I've got some questions whether that'll start in January because people sleep during that time. And I hate having anything go out for reviews and coming to the board sometime in December or January because that's a period of time that's pretty dead. But I'll go with the board what they feel, but I just think we just need to, because I don't have the cards to do anything else anyway, but I just have some concerns and maybe we could chunk it or something between the very beginning so that we're not building an entire program and find out that we have some flaws and design flaws or something that we could have changed before we did all. I just worry about you doing everything and then having to go back and start over. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say coming back to the board in January, it's my understanding that whatever action the board takes tonight then it sets the timeline and the process, and that we won't expect it to come back to the board until we begin the formal curriculum adoption process in April. I just want to clarify that's what we're thinking. Okay, any further discussion to this motion? Okay, I just want to say, Mr. Wrigley, I was with you. I was hoping for the November one, just because I do have a sense of urgency. Yes, I want it to be done right, and yes, I trust you, Dr. McGill and Dr. Roderick Landward and your team. I do trust them, but I think, let's really hope that January time frame. And then by doing that and taking the extra month or 6 weeks in the spring, hopefully that will help alleviate any potential issues that might arise. And those are just some of my thoughts. So anything else? Any other further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. And as maker of the motion, will you just restate the motion?
Yes. I make a motion for the field test option 2, starting in January, ending the second week in April for the process that we have outlined for this social emotional learning curriculum developed by Canyon School District.
Okay, and that's been seconded. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. And again, thank you for all your work, and we look forward to having a really great outcome on this process. So,
Well, I just appreciate the board's consideration in this process and having the dialogue and the debate, because you know, as Dr. Robbins put it, I mean, there really is no right or wrong. We know that there's a need and a critical need now, but we also want to make sure that the product is where it needs to be before we administer it and get in the hands of kids and teachers. So I told Dr. Robbins, you know, this is like my 5th time in front of you guys on life skills. Maybe I can come present, I don't know, on Step to the U or some kind of other update, you know, so you can see me in a different context. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Okay, board, that concludes our business items for this evening's meeting. Next, we will have our comments. We'll begin with superintendent report, Superintendent Robbins, and then the business administrator report, Mr. Leon Wilcox.
Thank you, President Cheney. Just as a point of clarification, I first want to thank Stacy for her comments tonight. Also, to that point on the reference to Corner Canyon, that is a Salt Lake Community College Humanities concurrent enrollment course. So while I find some of the statements in there inappropriate, that's not our curriculum, that's SLIC's. And we have dealt with this kind of issue with SLIC before. It's not new, and we'll continue to keep that dialogue, but that's a concurrent enrollment course through Salt Lake Community College. It's a humanities course. Just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox?
Excuse me. Yes, thank you, President Tingy. Just a couple of things. Again, thank you to Brian and his staff. I know they worked tirelessly all summer on this. Appreciate all their efforts that they've done. And just a big thank you. Congratulations to Amber leading our delegate, the USBA's delegate assembly. A couple of weeks ago, we had over 100 people coming to Canyon School District, so we're grateful that we could host. And I thought we had Steve Mont, Amanda there representing Canyons, and also and Nancy as well. So we were really represented. I thought they came up with some really, really good ideas, really good suggestions for this upcoming session. And Rick was there. We didn't want to share our Diet Coke, so we were a little protective of that. But highlighted by the 10% WPU increase, well needed, definitely to help recruit and retain the teachers and staff that we certainly need right here in Canyon School District and all school districts. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now will turn time over to board members for if they have anything they'd like to report. Mr. Milberg, we'll start with you.
Just a couple of things. When Jeff was doing recognitions and he flashed the picture up of the kindergarten college ready day, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but I noticed I was there. Thank you, Jeff, for putting that up. It's such a fun experience. For me to walk over to Mid-Valley and see absolutely four of the finest teachers I've ever known work in the kindergarten classrooms at Mid-Valley. I went with the principal and with the vice principals from classroom to all four of those classes and reflected on my own life what a difference making the decision at a very young age has made in my life to actually go on to college. First generation college graduate, that was totally out of the ordinary for my family. And it's, I hope that doing these exercises make a difference in at least a couple of kids' lives to where they see the importance of that. I also spent some time, they had their back to school night at Mid-Valley as well. I went over there, kind of chewed with Dan, the assistant principal, while he was cooking hot dogs, visited with a lot of old friends, and it's a fun place to be. So that's about all I've done.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
Okay, I'll keep it appropriate.
Oh, come on.
No, I will. So, like I said, I went back to the classroom. I want you to know I love my little kiddos. And what was the best thing about today was we've been learning about the water cycle. And I said to them, your final is that you have to model the water cycle. And here are your vocabulary words that you have to use. It was so fun today to watch one little girl make up a song and invite 4 other people to sing with her. And those 4 people said they would sing with her if she'd be part of their play. And they had a play written up. And then 4 other little girls were over creating a dance that was pretty amazing. I was sitting there watching them dance out the whole water cycle. And then 3 or 4 of the little artists got together and decided they wanted to do a whole poster to explain how the water cycle worked. And just watching them use all those vocabulary words that we used in the last 2 weeks that they didn't know 2 weeks ago, and listening to them figure out how to dance to transpiration and condensation and sing a song with all those words in them, is what makes me go to school every day. And so we just need to help teachers figure out the swear words so that they can have great days in their classrooms and have great times with their kids. So
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
Clarine, I love what you have to say about your time in the classroom. I always learn something, and I always think that your kids are really lucky. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. I also want to reiterate what was said with regard to the USBA pre-delegate assembly. It was amazing. I am so impressed by the people across the state of Utah who serve in this capacity as school board members. Every time we come together with them, they really are good people at their core who want to serve their communities, and they're very respectful and easy to work with. We have very differing opinions, but we work through it. And I always think it's such a great model of what good governance can look like if we're willing to engage on a respectful level. I also had the opportunity to be there when Governor Cox came to Alta High School. That was a wonderful day. And it was wonderful to hear the things he had to say with the students. He was extraordinarily vulnerable. It was interesting to me. I thought, what a unique chance that these students had to hear their governor talk about the difficulties he had with mental health when he was a teenager. He was extremely open about it. And I loved how he just said, we need you here. What do we need to do to keep you here and keep you part of our community and to support one another? It was really inspiring, and I deeply appreciated the time that he took out of what I know is a very busy schedule. And he said something that reminded me a bit of what Dr. Robbins has been trying to do, and about the importance of getting out to various parts of the state and really getting a sense and a feel for how people in the state of Utah are feeling about things. What are their concerns? What are their thoughts? What are their feelings? And I thought to myself, that has been such a strength of Dr. Robbins, of having his listening tours, that's brought up some really important conversations, particularly about discipline in the classroom and other things that I've been extremely grateful for. Not every interaction that he's had has been comfortable or easy to hear the feedback, but it's necessary. And I feel like our district is better for it, just like our state is better for the efforts of Governor Cox in going out and talking to high school students and other constituents alike. So anyway, I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. It's been a wonderful couple of weeks, and look forward to 2 weeks from now.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
This has been a fantastic couple of weeks. We had the start of school. I did also got to go to Eltview and Willow Canyon for the kindergarten, and got to sit in about 6 different classrooms. And just to see the teachers and the kids, we're gonna have a lot of firemen and policemen though. It's a number one thing. They loved it. And just to see the teachers and the skill they had with those kids, and just the joy of the future that these kids have, and more than that, the principals at the school, how much pride and how much they talked about their teachers and how great each one was. It was fantastic to experience. The other opportunity, I also had an opportunity to go to Elta High and meet with the governor. And this was sort of cool because I didn't get to meet with the governor. I've been in state government for 31 years. I've pretty much met with every governor. It was very political. However, Governor Cox was interesting in this. He asked me to go to the school. We didn't know why he wanted to go to the school. He didn't go and shake hands with all the dignitaries or spend time with the staff. He was there for the students. He was there for the student leaders from the very beginning. They did the whole tour. They did talking. I didn't even say hi to him. And that's how it should be. And so he was there. It was really exciting to hear him interact and to see. I got the kindergartners at one side and the seniors on the other end. And just to see those kids when they grow up and the opportunities that they had to talk with the governor and not feel intimidated and asking questions and how he just was so personable with them, even in the larger group. So it was an interesting experience because I've had a couple opportunities to interact with Governor Cox too, but this was really interesting. He was there. He came to see the kids and to talk with the kids. It wasn't a political event for us. He wanted to talk with the kids, and that's the exciting thing about education is our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
Well, first, I want to publicly thank President Tingy. I overcommitted myself. I was actually committed to go to the USBA pre-delegate assembly, and I had just moved into a new home 5 days previously and had a big event at my home the next day that I was preparing for, and contacted her, and she so graciously went, and I really appreciated that. I just recently went to a meeting at Corner Canyon Library with Miss Oakes, and Leon Wilcox was there talking to citizens that were concerned about their property tax bill going up. And since then, I actually have had a few parents in my office today. And so I promised that I would, in my closing comments, address this. So Leon is pretty amazing. He can just spit out all the numbers he has just memorized in his head. But in that meeting, what he said that was crucial is our budget, Canyon School District budget from property taxes is 200 million, and it's capped at that. And that's as much as we collect from property taxes. But something that's important to note that I communicated a lot in that meeting is there was a House bill passed in 2018, House Bill 293, which created a rate floor for the line item on your valuation notice, which means that even if extra homes are built, instead of property tax value going down, there's a threshold it has to meet. So although the surplus does not go to Canyon School District, it goes to the state. That is why your tax bills are increasing. And if you don't want that to happen, that is set to be done in 5 years, which is this next session. So you would want to write your Utah legislators and say, please do not extend that bill. There are also appeal forms if you meet a certain criteria of income and age. But I did promise I would include that in my closing comments, as I am still getting questions about that. I want to thank, just briefly, I know it's been said, but I just want to thank again Dr. McGill's team and Dr. Amber Landward-Roderick's team for the excessive amount of hours for this curriculum and for all that you're doing as the team leads. I know they're very humble and they always graciously thank their team, but always it's also a large task to lead the force. So thank you so much. And that's all for tonight.
Thank you. Mrs. Shield?
So I just want to add my thanks to Dr. McGill and Dr. Roderick and their whole teams and all the teachers that wrote the curriculum over the summer. Also, all the parents on the committee. I know that is going to take a lot of time, but we really do appreciate you doing that. And I also just want to thank the district for hosting the USBA event here. We had, administrators here late Friday night. We had like a tech person there in the morning and also custodians. And I just really appreciate, they were just all very gracious and were great to work with. So thank you all for that. And thank you to my fellow board members and Leon and Rick for also attending that. And I appreciate your support there. And I think we have some good legislative priorities, and I look forward to our board working on ours as well. Thank you.
Thank you. a couple of things, and Holly, I appreciate your kind words. And really, all I did was I got a hold of Steve, who volunteered to actually take your place there, and I was just there to help support and observe. So, but yeah, I'm glad your family event went well. It sounds like so. Anyways, and thank you to Steve for filling in at the last minute. A couple of things that I've been able to do, and I want to just mention and express appreciation to Superintendent Robbins for hosting the PTA and SEC leaders lunches. I think that's a really great way to start off the school year with those parent leaders in our schools, and to hear from them and some of their comments and suggestions and questions, and to hear their support of what Canyons is doing. And then also, I was able to spend a little bit of time with the new peer court that we have going here in the district. We had a little swearing in ceremony for them, and it was just really great to see those kids and how excited they were to serve their community in this way and to serve their peers in this way. It's a really amazing program, and I'm really grateful that Canyons District has this. We're one of only 2 in the whole state that have a district-sponsored peer court. And so thank you to the board for supporting that when it was brought to us to create that. And then just a couple of reminders. This SCC training is beginning. We have 3 separate days, 2 sessions each day. So that's 6 opportunities that all of those that are involved in the SCC can choose from to come to the training. And I just appreciate Susan Edwards and Alice Peck for all their work preparing that training every year. And this year especially, it's going to be good. And it's gonna, no matter how many years you've served on SCC, I'll promise you, I'll guarantee that you'll learn something. And if you don't, come see me and I'll give you a little prize of some sort, I guess. But anyway, and then also the first canyoneering evening is this week, actually on Thursday evening here in, oh no, it's at Alta. Sorry, it's at Alta High School at 6:00 p.m., 6:30 p.m. 6. Yes, 6:00 p.m. for the keynote, and then 2 breakout sessions, workshops that will be very informative and helpful to parents. And so with that, unless there's anything else, I will adjourn the meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.